service the facility.
So when somebody has gotten their order and they're leaving and they see a bunch of traffic on the North Village Boulevard and they want to go to Market Street and they want to hang a left, could they access the Chelsea and sneak out through there?
Physically, they could. Legally, they couldn't.
It's,
On
Mr.
that
Dykstra,
map-
it's coming from the Chelsea. It'll be signed for service vehicles only, correct?
Yes.
And it'll be marked one way coming in that direction.
And you have an access agreement in place with Chelsea to use that? Is that
Yes.
a third-party agreement?
We have an access easement across that part of Chelsea, correct?
Mr. Dykstra, could you just show on that other map exactly where the Chipotle is? So right there. So where's the Starbucks? I'm sorry, I'm just having, right there. So it's right across.
Yeah, it's exactly, there's just one vacant parcel right across from Starbucks.
So I have a few questions just for now to start with. You mentioned in the beginning the site plan was revised today. So anything we've seen is not what you show there, is that correct?
No, the site plan wasn't revised today. The colorized rendition that I'm showing
Okay.
of it,
Okay,
the site plan was handed in.
okay, I just want to make sure there's nothing on here we haven't seen
That
close
was
up to
just a
study.
Colorized version of what you.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned a couple things. Quickly, again, the trash pickup hours, can you remind me of those again?
They're typically morning hours. Chipotle opens at 10 a.m., so I'd imagine they would come in that timeframe. But
Okay, is that a commitment that they're morning hours, or is that,
we don't control the trash companies. I mean, that the tenants control, might control it, or the management company for this site. So we can tell them not to come, but
But that goes back to my question about the agreement. How is that agreement arranged between, I guess, North Village and Chelsea? I mean, is that on, because it's an easement, it's fully accessible, or in the event that gets shut down, would the service vehicles have to go around through the main entrance? Is there any reason that would prevent that service entrance from not being used?
No, it's a recorded permitted easement to the property. Yeah, it can. There's-
Unlimited duration, right? There's not a term to that agreement?
I
Correct,
don't
no,
know the details, I didn't read it, but.
yeah, I mean, there's no conditions, it can't be revoked, nothing like that.
so you mentioned also vehicles that approach the restaurant that have ordered, because you can't order there. If the food is not ready, they'll be directed to pull forward to some of the waiting areas. How will the purchaser receive their food? Will they be crossing in front of traffic and cars to try to get to the window to go pick up food? Will it be, can you explain that?
yes, if that happens, they pull forward. There's pull forward spaces, and then a Chipotle employee typically will walk it out to the car.
Okay, so you keep using the word typically, I don't mean to be a detailer, but you say typically, so is that, there's a possibility that a person who's hungry will walk up, get out of the car and walk up and stand by the window when cars are coming by to pick up food as well?
No, they would walk into the building, not that typical.
Okay, and they would pick up their food inside then?
Yes.
Okay,
How many pull forward spaces are there when you pull forward?
There's two.
Two. And if those are occupied, they would just kind of go into the
Those are
larger,
occupied. They can pick any space, but those are the ones that are designated, so they're left empty.
and then they would just circle back around if they,
And Mr. Dykstra, for these questions, this is a model that Chipotle currently uses.
Yes.
And Chipotle has given the guidelines that they think they only need 2 pull forward spaces.
That's correct.
And that's because they think that people understand that they don't pull up to the window until their phone buzzes.
Correct.
Would you be so kind to just walk us through the circulation of that? Take that scenario you just explained and how a car would enter.
Car would
That
enter the
space.
site from Market Street.
Mhm.
If they're going to pick up at the pickup window, they'd make a right and then through that driveway. The sign here, and there's another one here to direct them that way.
They would go around
This would be a digital order, and then they come
Side.
out and they pull up to the,
and then exit back out.
and then if their
Same
food wasn't
entry.
ready, they'd pull forward to here.
And if not, they would go,
It would
Back
be
out.
Back to, correct.
And cars pulling in, going to their left are limited and restricted just to the parking area up until that patio area?
Do not enter at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
I've got a general top-level question that someone can help me with. So when I look at the North Village history, there were a lot of different site plans involved, I think 4 or 5 different site plans. And there's one top level that had impervious coverage and all those type numbers, said for this plan development, this is what we're committing to. So when we're looking at this at 707 as a standalone, how do I know that something we're doing here is not going to trip a threshold on the overall top-level site plan, such as impervious coverage? So here it's showing is, I think, 56.1%. But does that put the overall into something higher than what we committed to with the overall site plan?
Well, each site is entitled to 60% impervious coverage.
Is that how it was done, or when they did the plan development, it was done that way? Okay, so we can look at this as a standalone.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, when the original overall development plan came in, it was basically set up conceptually, if you will.
Okay,
This particular area, I think it was about 92 single-family homes at the northeasterly end. There was the grocery store, there were the commercial pads, there was, at one time, there was a hotel, and then there were these areas right here. And basically, the overall drainage system was designed to certain detention and infiltration basins in order to handle a certain amount of impervious coverage, certain amount of square footage, in a general sense, if you will. And as the project progressed over the years in different sections, whether it was the residential part or the commercial part, our office would take those detailed site plans, if you will, and compare them to what conceptually was assumed for purposes of coming up with the plan development to make sure it was generally within those guidelines.
okay. So the last site plan, I believe, for Building J was 574. And that had certain approvals and conditions and stuff. So I guess being that we're looking at this is not a change to 574, the approvals that were in place for 574, do they stand here? Or is this a bottoms-up review?
I think in this particular case, as you said, the other site plan was conditionally approved. It never went forward. So this came in and we looked at it basically like a new application.
Okay.
And again, looked at it from the standpoint, will the drainage, the sewer plant, the water system and what have you all work together? And for example, with the easement that you've been asking some questions about, I remember on the final plats for various sections of this, that easement was shown on there when there was a revision made. In addition, on this particular site, if Mr. Dykstra could point to the infiltration basin in the front by Route 15, that's always been there.
Yep.
And that's how the drainage from the previous application for the apartments and the retail store was going to drain also. So basically, it's doing the same thing conceptually that it was originally designed for, but they're just changing the use in the buildings.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
I have a few more. The landscape that you mentioned is going to be similar to what's already planted throughout the entire development,
Yes.
consistent with? Okay. Signage, where was the signage going to go?
There's two Chipotle signs on the building, and there's a sign for each tenant, so there's,
And that space has not been yet, you have no letters of intent for
we do not.
leased or empty right now?
We're just getting ready to market it, assuming this gets
All
approved.
right, and then similar to, I remember when Pizza Uno was going in there, there was some type of, I think what I'm concerned about is having empty store frontage. And in the past, they would put some type of screening or some type of, it was more window screening to show that you just don't have empty spaces there until it's occupied. Is that similar intent that the owner would do? If you recall, when Pizza Uno and others were going in there and they were building out the space, we were concerned, the town was concerned from the aesthetics and just too much vacancy. It just didn't look good, is to put some window screening in there. Is that similar, and would you be open to that until
We're
that
open to
space
that.
is rented?
The good news is this site is 100% occupied now, so we have, hopefully we won't be in that situation.
I don't know if that's accurate.
We signed a lease for the last piece.
You get where I'm going with it. I mean,
Yeah,
as
we'll
we're
keep it
building
there.
out and you were filling that space, there was still some aesthetic continuity with that area.
Yeah,
So
understood. We can certainly.
I think
cover
that's
the
important
windows
to the
if that's-
residents and people that live in and around the adjacent area.
So Mr. Dykstra, you mentioned the solid waste storage areas. I noticed there are two separate ones, right?
Yes,
One in the north corner and one in the south corner. The south corner is the one most visible, right? It's right on the intersection. It's facing 15 and Starbucks and North Village Boulevard. Can you explain again why there's a need for two, and how will that front one be screened? I mean, that could be potentially an eyesore.
if you drive through North Village, you'd see, we have a lot of dumpsters located throughout it, and they are in the front yards and adjacent to things like that. And it's just the nature of the sites, because you see them from all sides, but we do screen them. We have a company that designs our screens, and they're decorative, and then we landscape around them, so they kind of disappear into the environment there.
Can you describe the landscaping around them?
Sure, we have a number of evergreen trees immediately around it, and that'll create the blockade for that area. So when you drive in, and then North Village, the big sign, that's like 10 feet tall, that blocks the view as well. So between the two, I think if you go over there, you'll see we do a really nice job of landscaping the facility. We get above and beyond what's on our plans to make it look really nice. It's just as important to us to have it aesthetically pleasing.
Will there be a generator still? I know in the original plans, there was a generator.
There's no generator.
There's no generator in this plan? Okay. And then we've referenced that the side entrance and the connection with Chelsea a number of times. So at some point, we're going to need to talk about your thoughts and your reactions to the number of Sparta Police Department reports about their safety concerns. I don't know if you want to do that now, if you want to wait, because there was some pretty strong concerns coming from the Sparta
Yeah,
Police
that's-
review.
I had a meeting with the Sparta Police traffic expert. We went over the plan, because that was why we stopped last time, because of that letter. So I wanted to sit with him, go over it. We discussed, his goal was to close this. That's what he would have liked to see. At the same time, the fire department wants it open, so it's like, two opposing forces. So what we came to was we would limit it to just service vehicles, so it wouldn't be a public entrance. So,
But the report still is very concerned that people will still enter and exit from that regardless of what the signage says and what your intent is.
is there a new report?
This is September 22nd.
Yes.
Yeah, it does state that they recognize the fire department's recommendations for that access point in terms of width, but they also state that that is about the dimensions of the access point, that according to code, the access point is not required for emergency response. And their recommendation is to not have that be accessible and closed. So have you considered that, closing that off, and what would be the detriment?
We have considered it. We don't feel it, it limits our ability to get the trucks to the loading area. I think it's a much better plan with it open. And it's been designed so you can't exit here. You can't go that way. This is one way.
Mhm.
The direction here that you come through, at this point, you're not going to turn around and go out that exit. So I don't see it as very likely that people are going to try to make this come out here, make this turn to try to get out. And it's shown as a one-way. So
Where is the pickup window on that? Okay. And that whole area is a one-way heading south?
all of this is
South.
one-way. And this is the dumpster enclosure, and then this is the
Mhm.
building.
And it would be,
Otherwise, it'd be difficult. You'd have to have trucks back out. I think that's less safe than having people.
No, we
dump.
understand that. I think the concern is preventing the public that's getting frustrated, that may be in line, canceled their order, didn't want to wait, or someone wants to cut through, or someone wants to beat traffic and whip it around, zigzagging through, and still using that to exit out of there. Unless there's signage, some type of, and I understand that they didn't want to block the access, but some type of police, I don't know what if the
So-
police could find.
So,
or-
sure, so
tickets?
the signage will be there, but the center adopts the motor vehicle codes, and they're enforceable, right? So no different than if the Township of Sparta had a one-way down by the plaza and somebody went the wrong way up it, the police officer or any person can write a ticket that says you violated it. It applies equally here. So it's going to be enforceable through, applicable motor vehicle laws that are adopted by the center. So it's, if someone, we could sit here and talk about the hypotheticals of it, because people violate motor vehicle laws, like we get the point, right?
That's not a hypothetical. I could guarantee you the first week that's in there, that's gonna happen.
100%, and the first 3 people that get a ticket for going the wrong way on a one-way, word will get around, don't do that, because, the shopping center owner is watching, or the police are watching.
One thing, if I could, just make a suggestion, I think there's going to be a lot of questions in this area. But I want to give Dave, Mr. Simmons, a chance to go through his memo, because I think a lot of the questions we have probably are tied to that as well as with Catherine. Would it make sense to maybe let the professionals go through your questions, and then we're going to bring it back to the dais and have everyone ask any questions that weren't answered? Okay, Mr. Simmons?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Just referring for the record to the report, the latest report I prepared dated September 27th, 2023. Basically, the applicant, through their presentation so far, has addressed several of the comments that I made with regards to zoning. We talked about the impervious coverage and how the overall center was looked at originally to limit the development impervious coverage, and they've met that. Mr. Dykstra talked about the 4-foot minimum setback from the sidewalk to the parking areas. And
Now, would that require a waiver?
Yes, on the south side of the proposed building.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that I object to that.
Yep.
But it's one of the things that they need a waiver from,
Just
that
wanna
the board's
understand. Thank
to allow that. With regards to the drive-through, I'm glad Mr. Dykstra clarified that, because all the drive-throughs that we normally see have an ordering board, which takes a certain amount of time for the customer to get up, order, process, and go through. And I don't think Mr. Dykstra mentioned it, but he indicated that there was room for, I believe, 8 vehicles to stack in, which is a considerable amount of vehicles versus what some original applications had. So based on the discussion here tonight, you have a situation where basically when somebody pulls up to the site, my understanding is from their operation, they're going to be ready to pull up. I'm order number 123. They'll pull around, they'll pay, they'll get their order and leave. So I think it's a more expeditious arrangement as far as that goes. I did make the recommendations for some additional signing where the 2 lanes converge, be it the drive-through and the service road entrance, and Mr. Dykstra agreed to provide that signage. There were some easements that are existing, be it the access easement, a drainage easement, and a site triangle easement. I just wanted to make sure that all those easements had in fact been recorded. Not that Mr. Dykstra has that situation here, but in different applications over the years, sometimes we get along and people get their CO and those easements never physically get recorded. And this way, if we've got the book and page in the actual documents, we can verify that and we know it's all in place, just like the applicant indicated that they were or will be.
So who has the action to record those? How does that happen?
My assumption, to be confirmed, is that Mr. Dykstra and his group have already recorded those easements. Basically, what I'm looking for is a copy of those documents, plus the book and page on the site plan, so that 50 years from now, if someone's trying to come in to the board and do something different, they can look at that and say, the Sparta Planning Board made sure that was done back in 2023. I did note, once the site plan was developed a little bit more, that the existing fire hydrant extends slightly over the right-of-way line of the main road onto the subject property, and Mr. Dykstra agreed to provide an easement for that, just so that was taken care of. Architecturally, I know my second comment was, how are the HVAC units going to be screened? And the response I got, the revised response I got this afternoon was that they're going to be behind the screening on top of the parapet, on top of the existing building. And as far as the architectural plans of the building, I would defer to Mr. Wolverton when he comes up to explain that to the board, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman. Stormwater management, again, they just clarified that HDPE pipe was going to be used for the site, and again, that's fine, and it all basically drains towards the infiltration basins closer to Route 15. The capacity and the location of the roof drains going into that area are to be delineated on the plan, and they agreed to do that. With regards to the lighting plan, the one question I had was, they do have downward-facing fixtures. And again, this ties a little bit into the architectural plan, so if the applicant wants to defer to that. As we had asked about the light fixtures that are proposed for the building itself, and in the color rendering that I got as part of the attachments tonight when I got here, it shows a lot of indirect lighting on the building. Perhaps Mr. Wolverton can comment on that, if in fact that's what's proposed for this site. I just want to make sure what the board's looking at is in fact what they're proposing. With regards to the water system, again, it's the township water system, and they just have to verify flows and pressures. My understanding from a response, and again, I think Mr. Wolverton can confirm this, that sprinklers are not being required or are not required for these particular building suites. So that should take care of that. They are connecting on to the sanitary sewer system, so that's taken care of. With regards to signage, the applicant did provide details of the Chipotle signage. It's basically just going to be, as I understand it, on the facade of the building. The other signs for the other two potential tenants, or one tenant, if they merge those two sites, or suites rather, would basically be subject to complying with the township sign ordinance. There's no details yet because they don't have a tenant yet, as I understand it. With regards to landscaping, I will say that they did beef up the landscaping from the initial submission. When I was out on site, when you look at the infiltration basin in front of the industry restaurant and what have you, it's a very densely and robust populated area with landscape materials. Looks very nice. When you went over to this particular site, a little on the light side. So they addressed that and added that in to make that similar. So I compliment them on that. I had referenced the normal section of the township's code for certain landscaping in the island areas of the parking lot. Mr. Dykstra pointed out that way back many years ago, apparently, just like the architectural standards, there were some landscape standards that were put forward for this particular project overall. The only thing I would suggest on that, if it's acceptable to the applicant and the board, if he could provide those standards, just so we can check it against it. I'm not saying they don't meet it, but it's been many years, so I'd like to have our landscape architect just look at that. They do have, with regards to the outside eating area for the Chipotle, the outside patio area, we just want to make sure the street furniture that they're putting in, just like they did in other areas of the development over by the ShopRite, are good quality pieces of street furniture, which I'm sure they will be. They did not provide a separate EIS for this application. Again, looking back many years ago when they did the overall development, there was an EIS provided for the overall site. And as far as I can tell, looking at what's being proposed, it basically goes along the same lines. We did list the various agencies that I'm aware of that they have to get approval if the board were to approve the application. They have to do the COA fee, and as normal, we normally recommend, and the applicant provides an as-built plan, just so we can make sure when everything was done, it falls into the guidelines that the board wanted and conditionally approved. And those are the highlights of my report, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, as I think Mr. Simmons summarized as he went through, we're in agreement and have been in agreement with all of his comments, and will meet all of the items that he referenced as he went through his report.
Does that include all of the landscape items that were in your report?
I would assume, with the exception of the quotes that I made on the existing ordinance, because it's being replaced by what was developed apparently with the design standards many years ago. So the condition on that, Mr. Clementi, would be to check the landscaping that's been revised and shown in the current plans against those standards as well.
Okay, so I understand there was shade tree requirements, there was interior parking vegetation requirements, is that correct?
Right, that's the way the ordinance reads for a quote-unquote normal site plan, if you will, that didn't have a plan development behind it. But in this particular case, in their parking lot, they don't have bulleted islands where they could put some shade trees or other shrubbery and what have you. That's not part of it because this part of the ordinance for landscaping was superseded by the standards that were developed years ago.
Those standards were from the original plans for North Village?
I'm sorry?
Those standards were from the original plans for North Village?
They were granted as part of the original site plan for North Village.
But wasn't this a three-story building with 21 apartments at that time? It wasn't? It was never that when the original proposal?
That proposal was in 2019.
Under those standards?
The landscape standards are for the whole site, and they specify the type of trees and what you're supposed to do.
Oh, not from the original,
It's not from a
from the
layout.
original intent of the.
No, it's a written, just like an ordinance. This is the landscape standards.
You mentioned there was no EIS, and I understand there was one done at the beginning, roughly 10 years ago. Can you share with us, things could change in 10 years? And from other sources of data, NJDEP, this is still in a wellhead protection area, Tier 1, and also is mapped for an area with critical wildlife. So it has been 10 years. Things could change in 10 years. And I saw your comments about this is between, it's in the middle of a highway and development, but okay, it's not really a highway, and we all live, anybody who knows Sparta knows there's wildlife everywhere. So there is a potential that there is still wildlife there.
Wildlife living there, like, have.
Well, maybe now,
It's a-
I'm not sure about later,
it's a
but
lawn in the middle of a pretty dense development. I don't see it as a very good wildlife habitat. I mean, maybe back, originally it was a cornfield, so it wasn't a great wildlife habitat then either. But, so there has been changes. I would say that based on the status of what's gone on around it, the wildlife habitat has been reduced significantly and would not be, we're talking about 1 acre here, so.
ask our professionals, is there any reason for concern or any reason why we would want to see if an EIS shows something different than it did 10 years ago?
I think in this particular case, those are all good questions. I think the main items that would be addressed in an EIS from my standpoint, if I was reviewing it, number one, how are they handling the stormwater? And again, they're bringing the stormwater generally towards the front of the property in an infiltration basin. So you do have maintaining the stormwater basically on site. You do have some infiltration, and there's some sand areas, I believe, in those infiltration basin for water quality. So for stormwater, that component, they are being addressed. And the one comment that I had that they have to still do, unless they can show me that it was covered in an original document, was the operation and maintenance manual, which basically calls for that area to be maintained. So that addresses the stormwater component. With regards to water, they are connecting onto the township's water system, so they're not drilling any additional well that would lead itself to any potential pollution right in that area. And in fact, they are near, if not in, the Wellhead Protection Act area. And normally, one of the conditions that we suggest get put in the resolution is that they're not using any hazardous chemicals, and also that there's no floor drains in this case that could discharge to the sewer system. So that's taken care of, and I don't think they'd have any problem with that,
I mean, there's floor drains.
other than in the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but there's no floor drains as far as like a mechanic shop or something like that. And the sewage is in fact sent over to the sewage treatment plant where it's under the auspices of the DEP as far as the operation and monthly reports and meeting their quality standards for the treatment works approval. In addition to that, plus that water is in turn discharged back into the groundwater, so there's recharge that way. With regards to, that's water, that's sewer. With regards to wetlands or transition areas, I was out to the site. I did not notice any wetlands. I don't think the infiltration basin on the front of the property qualifies as a wetland. It's a man-made feature. So I think over time, basically, you've got an existing lot that today, if you went out there, it's primarily, and it's shown on that drone photo, it's basically a grass area. So I didn't see any pockets of wetlands. I didn't see any. And I don't believe because of the development on each side that there's any kind of transition area that comes into play. With regards to air quality and what have you, I'm sure when they get, especially with the Chipotle, when they get the permits for their kitchen equipment and what have you, whatever permit they need for air quality from running their equipment through the Board of Health and the County Health Department, they'll have to obtain that. And those are the main items I think that I would have looked for in an environmental impact statement in this particular case.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Simmons. Appreciate it.
And with regards to the other point, light pollution, I think you were right to point out to make sure the fixtures are downward pointing, which I believe they are. The only question, again, when Mr. Wolverton comes up to talk about the architectural plans, again, I think it's important to see if the representation in the Photoshop drawing of the proposed building, that's in fact what they're talking about doing.
Since you mentioned lighting, the lighting proposal says that the lights will be dimmed, but on all night between dusk and dawn. Is that consistent across all of North Village, all the commercial properties?
Correct.
Okay. And the parking light,
The parking lot lights.
Yeah.
yes. That's what
those are
we
the
do.
ones.
We don't dim the street lights. We just dim
What
the
about the building signage, building lights?
signage will probably go off. The building lights that are like, they'll most likely be off. So I would think that the ones on the rear of the building would stay on for security. So people could get access to those doors if there was an emergency.
Okay. Okay, I'll reserve more questions on that till later. Thank you.
I do have a problem with you just taking this area and saying that it almost deserves to be developed because 40-plus acres of critical wildlife habitat that were documented has been paved over with 60% impermeable surface. To me, when I think about that, I think about a grove of giant sequoias. They're all cut down except for one tree. So what are you going to do? You're going to cut that one down too? So this is our last precious little critical habitat left from the North Village. And and now what we're going to be doing is many different things. We're going to be causing a lot of traffic, more pollution. Where is the traffic going to be? It's going to be going down that Market Street and up that North Village, right? And that's right against the Chelsea where people have memory problems and often get lost. And it's right up against affordable housing where little kids are running around with starter homes right there, okay? And the light pollution that's coming at them. So it's very concerning to me that this parcel, this remaining parcel, is being treated not to the advantage of the citizens in Sparta at all, but it's, again, everything is approved and it's going forward, but I don't think it's a good fit for this particular parcel being there on the corner right across from Starbucks and on 15.
Thank you for your comments, but just to be clear,
I know.
this isn't a precious little lot that had public use with the last remaining sequoia. This is part of a larger development where the developer is following the rules, has previous approvals, and has previous approvals for something substantially larger. If the approval authorities at the time had thought that this was a precious lot that needed to be preserved, that could have been part of the original proposal, and it wasn't. So the developer is here proposing something according to the rules and the approvals, and something significantly less impactful on height, light, activity than what was previously approved.
Right.
So I
Well,
respect your comments. I just want to, balance the thought, that's all.
and I do understand everything that you are doing is by the books and completely legal, but that doesn't make it morally responsible.
Question, and I may have missed it in the previous conversations. What was the economic value back to Sparta in regards to number of jobs, tax ratables, et cetera? Did you all present that data?
We presented it when we did the original, we did present that when we did the original application. It was to the tune of $2 million a year, if I recall.
In tax revenue to the
Tax
town.
revenue.
An additional sales tax revenue generated and
Not sales
Yeah,
tax.
real
sales
estate tax.
taxes. Well,
Real
that's
estate
under a
tax.
sales tax incentive program right now, is it not for a certain amount of time?
No, we did not get any.
You didn't get any relief from the state?
No.
Then the ratables would just be your standard.
Yeah, so most towns we go to, they offer us pilots and,
Right.
alternatives to help with the taxes. We're not
So
going to.
you recall it was somewhere of about a $2 million benefit to the township?
I mean, if you look at your tax bill in Sparta, the last couple of years, they haven't gone up, and this is why. I mean, it's
The taxes have gone up. so that-
not significant. I mean, they would have been up a lot more.
What point is, when you say the $2 million rateable, for this property alone or all of North Village?
All North Village.
Let me,
Million in revenue, not rateable.
let me try and make a suggestion if I can again. So I know we wanted to give the professionals a chance to get their questions out. So Dave, appreciate what you've done. Catherine, do you want to go through your questions, or would you prefer that Mr. Wolfson present his package
I'll go
first?
through mine quickly.
Okay.
I think I had less than Dave.
Okay, great.
I appreciate that Mr. Dykstra and their group did address many, if not all, of the questions I had in my review memo. I apologize at the last meeting that it came in at the last hour, but I do appreciate that since then, those questions have been addressed. For one, they've addressed the front yard setback that was identified for 100 feet. They moved the building back from Route 15 to 100 feet, so relieving any variance relief that was required. They have provided that the outdoor dining, it's a conditional use in the zone or in the transect. And they did provide on the cover sheet that all of the conditions are being complied with, so essentially making it permitted. And address that it is associated directly with the Chipotle, which was one of the conditions. They updated the parking requirement based on the number of seats, and I just had a question. Was the 52 seats that the parking was updated based on, was that a cumulative count from the indoor and outdoor, or just the indoor?
Both.
Both, okay. So obviously, outdoor dining during the winter months is going to be less, so during those months, there'll be a little bit excess of parking, which is fine. And then during the months when the outdoor dining is used, obviously, they'll have the parking that was necessary. The signage requirements were provided on the front sheet of the plan as well. There were some questions because no dimensions were provided on the plans initially, but they have addressed that to show that the signage is in compliance with the requirements of the ordinance. What I would ask is, I know there have been a lot of questions about the access easement. The police department did have questions. What I would provide is a copy of the access easement. As Mr. Simmons said, he's requesting at least, a copy in the deed book page to make sure that it was recorded. I'm not sure that the police department was aware or is aware that there's an access easement recorded there. I'm not saying it will totally alleviate their concerns, but if they have a chance to read through that, it may be helpful to better understand that. And I don't know if that will need to be amended at all to potentially limit it to service vehicles only. I haven't, I don't have a copy of it, so I don't know what it says, but there might be a chance for that to alleviate their concerns further. And I don't know if you know the history behind when that was recorded. Was it recorded when the Chelsea was developed?
Chelsea was developed, this access point was part of the original North Village development,
Yes.
and the lots were split here,
Okay.
and it was supposed to both have access, and that was kind of other access to Route 15 for the whole site.
Okay.
So it's part of the property line, maintain that access, that was part of the original approval. This access easement was.
So the Chelsea is fully aware that the access easement exists, obviously, because they were, part and parcel to it. So, like I said, I think it might alleviate some of the police department's concern, just if they know that, from a safety perspective, I know that they brought up some concerns about, other vehicles entering the site and potential safety issues with the Chelsea. So hopefully that will be helpful to them. The E EVSE space, make-ready spaces were shown on the site. And, the last question I had, and I don't think this was what was amended on the plans, but I did want to discuss it, was, also the drive-through parking spaces and the pickup spaces adjacent to the food dumpster. I requested that there be signage shown, which was the details were provided on sheet 3 of the plans, to show those signs, which is great, thank you. What I would suggest, or what was recommended in the memo, was that there are a few pedestrian connections throughout the site at pretty significant intersections as far as the site circulation. I think the top part, maybe less so, but there are residents in the development, so the top pedestrian connection, crosswalk across the parking lot is less significant, but the one adjacent to the patio area, yes, there's going to be cars that are leaving from just picking up just picking up their food or driving in or stopping. There's the two online order pickup, meaning they're going to park their car and probably walk inside. And so I would just suggest that either a thick layer of the thermoplastic paint be used to really provide some friction for drivers to really feel it and see it, or using a different material such as bricks or pavers to kind of provide a little bit more distinction in the crosswalk area, because I do think that that's going to be the utmost importance for safety as far as people going back and forth a lot. I thought about potentially suggesting that those drive-through order spaces be moved to the front, but it really doesn't make a difference. There's still going to be people moving across that kind of connection right there. And I think it's going to be any kind of marking on the pavement. You don't want to make it too crazy with signage and, freestanding signs and things. But I think if you do on-the-ground marking, whether, like I said, that thermoplastic paint in a thick layer or even brick pavers, that's just my suggestion for a safety standpoint.
Could definitely do the thermoplastic pavers just because of maintenance.
Yeah, I know they can be a pain with snow plows and things ripping them out. So anything that can be done, I think that would be helpful.
So just, I want to so I understand, so there is an agreement that the crosswalk will be modified to, what are the right words there, just to capture it?
My recommendation, and it seems like Mr. Dykstra is amenable to it, is to use thermoplastic paint, which is, it's very thick layer paint. So normal crosswalk painting might just be like a thin visual layer, but the thermoplastic will provide, not a speed bump of any sort, but it will still provide some definition that if a car went over it, they'd feel a little different, and then also pedestrian. So it's a little bit more visible.
And it lasts a lot longer, so it's much more visible.
You mentioned speed bump a few times. Would a minor speed bump just preceding that be, that would slow cars down that are speeding off?
I'm not a fan of speed bumps and speed humps, only because they can, from a snowplow perspective, they can get damaged, and then you don't know what kind of, material is going to come off of there. I really do think thermoplastic paintings, they use them for mid-block crosswalks too, so it's helpful. And it also is usually reflective of some sort, so, thermoplastic paint is a great alternative to doing like a speed hump or doing a brick paver or something like that. And maintenance perspective, it is very, very easy to maintain. No issues usually with snow plows and things like that. So that's why I made the suggestion. I don't know.
Any other suggestions that we want to capture?
Oh, no, the only other comment I had based on the landscaping was that, and I didn't have a chance to look through I know the landscaping plan looks like it was updated. I didn't see anything that stood out to me, but I would suggest that if the landscaping plan's being updated at all, that only New Jersey native species be used. They're generally more robust and, any landscaping that's foreign is usually, I suggest that it be switched to a New Jersey native alternative. But I haven't taken a look through. I'll provide any comments with that.
We'll consider that. I don't, we've had a lot of trouble finding landscaping material that's native to New Jersey.
Okay,
So when you go to buy it, you can't get it,
okay,
especially when you want larger trees and things, so.
okay. I'll take a look
we're
at the
happy to
list.
help as we can, but
Sure,
It's a balance.
thank you. That's all I had.
I had one question about an item in your report, 8A. It mentions recommending using signage to limit or discourage car idling in the spaces to reduce unnecessary emissions adjacent to the outdoor patio.
That's not a problem.
Yeah, I think one sign will probably suffice. You could probably put it adjacent to the freestanding signs for the online order pickup. That suggestion was put in there from a basis of sometimes people will get their food delivered and then sit in their car. So it'll not only, free up spaces and allow for turnover, but will also make sure that no one is idling. I think there are DEP standards that you can cite on there, on that signage.
Okay. Would it make sense to let Mr. Wolverton give his presentation? That may have answered some questions that, and then bring it back to the dais for just general questions, which Mr. Dykstra, is you be available to answer?
Yes.
Or is there any questions that someone feels they'd like to get out at this point before we move on?
I just have two quick questions, if you don't mind. Are any of the parking spaces going to be designed for employee only? Was there any consideration of opening like a walkway? So if you were to go from Starbucks and cross the street to this whole thing?
There's no sidewalk coming up North Village on either side. The connectivity is at Market Street.
But in between the Starbucks and the Jersey Mike's, there's sidewalks along that side.
Correct.
But there's no, so there's
Sidewalk
sidewalks at,
starts here and it goes to the site.
But there's a crosswalk there.
There's a crosswalk here, yes.
that's all the way by the other burrito place.
No, that's
No, this is right.
on the corner of the
at
Starbucks.
Starbucks.
At the intersection here, across here.
Oh, okay.
That's the only point there's there's none down here, down North Boulevard, North Village.
Which, that sidewalk crosses here. Starbucks. Other place, other entrance you were talking about was down there.
Got it. While you have that up, the lights and the garbage for the other two buildings are gonna be in that corner where the pavement is?
This was when we did the construction. That's what you're talking about, that pavement?
Just asking if that's where the garbage for that,
The garbage is in this corner.
very close to that other. Was there any reason why you put it there on the other side, like the other, like where the Chipotle garbage is going?
It was all about access with the trucks and what have you, so it was set up and access to the service. doors here.
The mic, is that a live mic on the table? Would that be easier? Does that feed into these
I think
systems?
that just
Anybody know?
records.
Just-
It will work.
It will work?
Use that, yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is close to the service doors for trash and things. It's not at the corner of that, corner of that parking lot's up here. So.
Anybody else have any questions before? Okay. Mr. Wilkerson, if you could.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wolverton has testified before this board, I don't know exactly how many times. Would you like me to elicit some of his qualifications for the board?
I would like that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. I apologize, probably would
Sure,
be
of course.
good. I agree.
Mr. Wolverton, if you could tell the board, what's your highest level of education?
I graduated Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in 2008 with a Bachelor of Architecture degree.
And what professional licenses do you hold in New Jersey?
I hold a license to practice architecture in the state of New Jersey, received it in 2013.
And it's currently valid?
That is correct.
And you're a principal with the firm of HQW?
That is correct.
And would you just tell the board generally what HQW does in the architectural space?
Sure. Even as a history, I joined HQW in 2006 as an intern in college. I continued my mentorship at HQW after college, became a designer, project manager, received my architectural license, and became partner in 2015. We have a very diverse portfolio. Commercial is one of them. We're also architect of record for several towns, local school districts, and colleges as well.
And you've testified before planning boards and board of adjustments in the past?
That is correct.
Approximately how many times?
Over 2 dozen.
Mr. Chairman or Mr. Brady, is that sufficient to
I have no
qualify?
questions. Mr. Worthington served as an expert in the case I handled, so.
Any concerns? Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Mr. Wolverton, as you've heard, the board has had the benefit of the background of the existing site and what's proposed. So if you could give an overview of the architecture of the building that's proposed as depicted on the site plan, let's start there.
Sure. Yeah, so what I have here is the sheet A1 that was submitted as part of the project application. It depicts the floor plan as well as the elevations. To orient everyone, Route 15 would be on the left-hand side of the plan, North Village Boulevard along the bottom of the plan, and that would be the entrance into the suites. This label here, Cypress Lane, it's actually Market Street, that's labeled incorrectly, but along the top of the plan, that's where the Chelsea would be located. So the Chelsea would be located in this location here, just to orient everybody. The front of the building per se is along North Village Boulevard, where the entrance is Suite A, which would be the anchor tenant of Chipotle, is located, as well as Suite B and Suite C. There are, as Owen indicated, there are 3 separate suites. Suite A is about 2,500 square feet. Suite B is about 1,600 square feet, as well as Suite C. And there's a utility space as well that provides access to the roof, as well as utilities entering the building. The sheet also depicts the different elevations. So the top left elevation, that's your view from Route 15, where we have, we'll go into the finishes in a moment, but we have the drive-up pickup window as well as the building signage. The top right is the view from the North Village Boulevard, where we have the entrance to Suite A, Suite B, and Suite C. And this building is viewed from all angles, so we continue the materials all the way around the building. And the bottom left elevation is the elevation when you're driving off of Market Street. And the final elevation on the bottom right, that's your view from the Chelsea side, where we have our access into the various suites, as well as the utility room on the side. So that kind of takes care of the plans and elevations. Further, what we can see on the plan, it's easy to just design a box. We wanted to articulate the facade a little bit. Instead of one monotonous building, we bring the facade both in and out all around the building to create some interest. We also do that on the building elevations, where the parapets pop up and pop down. And the parapets vary from 21 feet to 19 feet, with the actually roof plane around 15. So that gives about 5 to 6 feet worth of building to hide all the HVAC units that are going to be on the roof. In addition, on the elevations, what you'll see are the canopies. There's a series of canopies over the front entrances, both to provide weather protection as well as pedestrian instruction on where the entrances are. Those canopies would have downlighting in them as well to further light the front entrances. The elevations, or the, actually, so the building signage, there's 4 signs. The letters would be backlit. All the signs are 3 feet tall or less, and the Chipotle signs are 3 feet tall by 15 foot wide. All the signs are compliant with the ordinance, which is 3 feet tall, and none of them are more than 90% of the length of facade. In addition, what else are we talking about? I think, looking at the elevations, you'll see a light material as well as a darker material. We're using 2 different, I have samples here, and we could do these in the.
Mr. Brady, if we're gonna make reference to samples, do you want us to somehow mark the samples?
Yeah, it would be good if we could. Do you want to mark them as one group or?
I think as one group would be
Okay.
best.
So I guess that'll be A3.
That
and
would be A3.
Mr. Wibbleton, once you're done marking them, maybe you can identify what each material is.
Sure. So what I'm marking here is a very durable aluminum material. It's about 16-inch thick. And it has a silk screen of a wood grain as well as a wood tone on them. It comes in long panels, and they are clipped together and fastened to the building, creating a rain screen on the building. What we're proposing are 2 different colors, a light tone, which would be the whitish color on the elevations, and it's called light fir. And then we're also presenting a darker tone where you see the darker material on the facade, and that would be the burnt cherry look. So we have samples of the actual materials highlighted in red, as well as a full-size sample of the material that we're looking to use on the elevations.
What was the first material? What was it called?
It was called light fir, F-I-R. And then burnt cherry. I've also provided a photorealistic colored elevation. This would be labeled as A4. And this is a view of the building from the intersection of North Village Boulevard and Market Street. You'll see that we see the Chipotle tenant suite on the left-hand side with the canopy and entrance in, and suite B and C. You'll also see a corner of the dumpster and the Chelsea beyond, dumpster enclosure and the Chelsea beyond. And further, I've brought a dusk rendition of the rendering. This would be labeled as A5. And this depicts a realistic view of what is envisioned for the building at night or at dusk, where the signs, the lettering will be backlit, as well as we have the lighting in the canopies. And to further accent the building, we are proposing and including lighting on the light fir aluminum panels. Just to accent the wood panels, it would start off as it would fade out by the time you get to the top of the parapets. So we're not providing additional uplighting, it's just more of an accent on the building. You'll also see the seating that's outside Chipotle as well. I think.
Mr. Wolverton, one of the inquiries from Mr. Simmons was to confirm that no sprinklers are required for this building.
Sure, that's correct. So based on the size of the building and the construction type, which is a type 2B construction with steel frame, metal studs, sprinklers are not required. There'll be a 2-hour firewall between tenant suites.
Mr. Chairman, does the board have any questions or want to direct Mr. Wolverton to any specific further areas of testimony?
Let me just, if I can, let me just ask the professionals, is there anything that you heard that would warrant any questions from either of you?
Mr. Chairman, the only item that I had, which Mr. Wolverton alluded to, was in the representation on Exhibit A5 that we're looking at now. I just wanted to make sure, because that was one of my comments, that the lighting that's depicted on there is in fact what they're proposing to do, mainly accent lighting.
The owner is adamant about having that accent lighting.
Okay, that was the question I had for Mr.
And that's compliant with ordinances?
The The lighting plan that Mr. Dykstra provided basically showed the Isolux values based on just the parking lot lightings. I would stand corrected, and he can confirm it if he comes back up, that the lighting that's shown for the accent did not contribute to the light values that he showed on his lighting plan. This is mainly for accent lighting.
That's correct.
Okay? That was my only comment, Mr. Chair.
Before I bring it back to the board, Catherine, any additional questions on your part?
I just had a question. The lighting above the patio area, is that shown on the plans? Those two fixtures, are they proposed? Be that way, or are they just?
I'm sorry.
There's no light there.
Okay. The one closest to the door looks like it might be obstructive. I said the one fixture closest to the building along the patio area looks like it might get in the way.
That's not,
So those are
So those are not proposed, correct?
no, that's,
Okay. I don't think they're probably not necessary.
yeah, they're not.
So I just wanted to make that clear. That's all I had.
All right, at this point, let's bring it back to the board. Anybody has any questions? Maybe we'll start down at the far right. Any questions?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one question, one comment. One was, you're talking about the signage. Since North Village has signed on to having Title 39 enforced on the properties there, that would mean all the signs would be in conformance with the manual and uniform traffic control, correct? So,
We use the MUTC.
yeah, MUTCD, conforming signs, so that's it. All right. And then the other comment I had, and I'm looking at it, and I was a traffic guy myself. I'm looking at, from the fire department perspective, I think that's a positive, that access road, because the worst thing in the world is have a fire truck come in and then have to either back up or turn around in the parking lot. At least they can go in and drive through. You know, that was my comment on it. So, thank you.
Pass.
Can you describe the fencing around the patio area? I know that's depicted, there wasn't a lot of detail that I saw around the fencing.
It's a wrought iron type metal fence. It's actually aluminum, but looks like wrought iron fence. About
How
4
high?
feet high.
Okay. How, is that rated, or is that,
It's industrial grade is what we
Okay.
use on these type of facilities. So
Okay.
it's designed for, there's many levels, but that's the highest level fence you can buy from a strength perspective.
what does that mean in terms of a vehicle accidentally accelerating or backing up when people are sitting there?
It won't stop a vehicle.
It won't stop a vehicle. It just seems that the patio area is in the middle of lots of vehicle movement.
That's correct.
Are there any alternatives to make that safer?
I think it's I mean, it's a slow traffic area. I mean, we have the same situation at the Starbucks across the street, and it works well there, so I don't see it as an issue.
Cars from the Starbucks. It's, yeah, the drive-through is on the opposite side of where the
The
Patriots. sit.
drive-through comes through past the patio sits here. It's
You have to come out of the drive-through and then make a left, and there's parking, there's a parking space there. There's multiple parking spaces.
This is right along this whole front is their fence.
That's the entranceway. The patio where you could sit is more toward the right.
There's another patio over here, but this is where they have their outdoor seating right in front.
No, it's not. Their outdoor seating is to is when if you leave Starbucks out to the left. There's 4 tables there and it's away from where the drive-through is.
I believe there's tables and they're shown, but
It's not set up that way.
they have the same fence there at that corner.
So, can you describe the building appearance? Nice job, by the way. Can you describe how it compares to the surrounding buildings? I know in the initial resolution 674, it was intended to be brick and clapboard to complement Chelsea and the buildings across the street from it and perhaps the townhouses. Can you describe how this design compares to the surrounding buildings, specifically Chelsea and townhouses and Starbucks, et cetera?
Sure. I mean, well, I guess I'm looking at the architectural and landscaping standards that were submitted as part of the original North Village application. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 states finishes of buildings shall be similar in quality through development. A tasteful mixture of finishes and colors is encouraged to prevent each building from looking exactly alike. So you could see throughout the buildings between the ShopRite, Industry, the building that Atlantic Health is in, that there's a plethora of different styles, but all of them have like an earth tone feel to them, and like even Industry has a metal clad siding on it. So it was really meant to kind of create a family of buildings in the area and kind of play off the modern look of Industry.
And everything else brick?
Yeah.
What is it?
The Atlantic Health building is clapboard and stone. Then the next building is brick, then Industry is metal and brick. Starbucks is stucco, stone and brick. And this one will be,
I'm hearing a lot of brick reoccurring themes there, though. This has 0 brick.
it's not required to have brick.
I think the question was about how,
We intentionally selected different materials throughout the buildings to create not a traditional strip mall type center. I think this is what makes North Village, North Village.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. What will residents in those townhouses see, and what will residents in Chelsea see? No matter how you slice it and dice it, this is also a residential neighborhood. You have a lot of people who live right here. So what will they see and what will they hear from the back side? So the Chelsea side and the townhouse side?
So A4 depicts the side facing the townhouses. So on that side, Suite C has a storefront and canopy, and then a blank facade. So on this side, all they're gonna have is the drive-through, the dumpster enclosure, and a storefront. So no noises except for the dumpster late morning. On the.
Excuse me, that storage area, the waste storage, that'll be screened and vegetation surrounding it thoroughly, like the front one you mentioned? Okay.
Yes.
Then I guess A6. She would could pass this down. So A6, as it comes down, is a representation of what the building looks like from the Route 15 corridor, with the Chelsea being to our left. And we continue those materials all the way around the building. So we have the light tone aluminum siding as well as the dark tone canopies that protect the service entrances, and then the doorways in. So really not much additional noise, and we continued the same materials all the way around the building. Because, like I originally said, there's no front, there's no rear of this building. We treated those materials all the way around it.
The service entrances appear to have glass doors. Is that accurate?
That's not accurate.
They're gonna be metal
They will
probably,
be
right?
metal.
And they'll, I would recommend that you make them, if you could keep that window on the top, that'd be great. But otherwise, recommend it to match the color of the
Dark facade,
aluminum
yes.
facade there, yeah.
They'll blend in.
Yeah.
Would you
blend
be
it.
able to share that with the public, because I see them stretching their necks right now, and I
Sure.
think it'll save some time.
Is there an opportunity to put more trees and shrubbery and greenery on the Chelsea side of the building?
Let me give that a look. We have,
What landscape does the Chelsea have on that side, to add to that question? Do they have any landscaping right now on that road going in?
the property line is the curb,
So, okay.
so we're providing.
So then the
landscaping along-
Dean's point here.
So the landscaping is shown here, correct, on the, on the 3D rendering? There's some shade, there's some trees.
I gave all mine.
You want this one back here? Okay. That's probably accurate, to what Mr. Dykstra's plan shows. Thank you.
That side?
Fine. Oh, come.
Actually, this actually looks like there's more vegetation in that than on here.
Yeah, there's. I mean, we can add some vegetation there if it's important. We can work with Dave. on
Yeah,
that.
I think, I'm looking at this drawing here, I mean, am I looking at the one with the two people standing in the
Yeah.
area? I think I would recommend, Dean, I don't know where,
Yeah.
or Catherine would recommend, or Mr. Simmons as well, a little bit more
Do
landscape break point on that.
you have the
It's
width
gonna be smoke.
of that grass area between the driveway and the property line?
Yes.
I just worry that you won't have enough for tree.
15 feet?
That's just enough room for, you know, a good-sized tree planting. I would recommend that maybe you supplement, I mean, how far apart are the trees right now? They're about 15 feet or 20 feet on center?
The big ones are about 2 feet on center.
Okay. So, I mean, we could change the tree, you could change tree planting to something that will have a little bit more growth. Maybe even throw in like a green giant in there, an arborvitae, just to keep, you know, year-round screening. But I think that's probably the most you can do. You don't want to space them too close together, because you will have probably some tree death if you plant them too close together. But honestly, the Chelsea property went right up to the property line without any green area, so it's, you can do as much as you can. You don't have any others to help, but like I said, you know, larger tree canopy and some green giants, I think will help out.
Is that the only entrance for the Chelsea? Or do they have another entrance point?
Chelsea comes off of the highway.
But that's all they
and
have?
also from Market
Oh,
Street.
also from up there.
If I may just go back to the patio again, in terms of safety, I wonder if there's, you know how sometimes they've got like the big planters that are, you know, made of some kind of concrete, but they look nice, but they can also create some kind of barrier, maybe, something like that?
We can
That would
look
be
at something
aesthetically
that-
nice, but also maybe add a layer of protection.
I think, well, the only thing that's gonna stop a vehicle is a bollard that's dug into the ground, you know, 4 or 5 feet.
Or something like that. I mean, I was just
So
thinking
you might
more
wanna-
aesthetically.
You might want
Bollard's
to put
gonna take up less space. It's, you know, you're only talking about a,
yeah, 4-inch,
6-inch.
6-inch diameter. You might want to put a
Something like
bollard on the
that,
corner of the fencing, or, you know, just outside of the fencing. There looked like there was a little space, just where the backup area would be.
Yeah,
Um,
back here.
Yeah, because that would save, if you put 1 or 2 bollards, you could do the width of a car and, you know,
Yeah.
probably,
Something like
That
that.
makes sense.
yeah, it'll stop the fence from toppling if people were seated there and a car did, you know, accidentally hit it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's important.
And Mr. Blumetti, just as far as the landscaping, the Chelsea does have a 3-story exposure, so there's only so much you can do. You know, they're looking down no matter what. You can't plant like a 40-foot tree there. So I think the applicant sounds like they're going to agree to put a little bit more supplemental screening landscaping as much as they can.
Okay. So from the top stories of that residential building, will they be seeing the mechanical equipment on the roof?
Yes.
is there a way to, well, any ideas or solutions on how to shield that, at least from that one side?
How I looked at it is, if there was a 3-story building there, you wouldn't have any view beyond, into the cornfields beyond, or down 15. So I figured this was a better option to see a couple mechanical units and still have a view.
Well, yeah, but we're not,
Yeah.
that was back a while ago. Today, we're talking about now.
Well, the options are, I mean, a lot of these mechanical units come in gray tone colors. TPO roofing that we're using comes in white, gray, or tan. We could get a TPO roof that has, well, we could probably try and match the HVAC unit to the color of the roof. That's what I would suggest.
It would help. It would help. Okay, thank you.
I'm just having a little trouble orienting myself. Is this the service entrance right here? This coming with the Chelsea sign right there?
Yeah, these on the back. Those are the service entrances into the.
No, I mean, from 15.
Yeah, this is 15.
So the car is on 15, and then it's going to turn in this way, but the Chelsea
I think
sign,
that's just a architect, like renderers, artistic license on that. They wouldn't be traveling that direction, no.
there should, and here would be a sign that said service entrance, right?
Right.
And the Chelsea sign would be over that away towards Chelsea.
Chelsea sign is at the intersection.
I mean, you do have some
The
distance
service
there, do you
entrance is
not?
gonna be here.
From Chelsea to that, like from the main entrance to Chelsea to,
Chelsea.
Past this
The
car is
Chel-
the service entrance over here, behind
Yeah,
the
They
sign.
come in the Chelsea.
Yeah, that's
way.
correct.
Behind the out, there's a red, there's a black sports car. The service entrance begins right behind the black sports car. The driveway, I mean.
Stretched out.
So this is 15.
Okay.
Yeah, make a right to go to Chelsea. This is Chelsea parking. Or I can come in on this side of the building, and go there and get
Right, and there's the
There's
patio.
Starbucks.
There's
There's
Starbucks.
the counter.
But where's the service entrance?
Oh, it's this.
See here, you can see it. on-
Parallel.
You can see it on here, Beth.
Yeah.
Public?
This is the Chelsea entrance.
I've got some questions.
And these are those cars you see parked. This is the service entrance right here.
Okay, so you actually have to go into the Chelsea area to access the service entrance.
Or they can come this way. If they have an easement to be in this part, so either way, they're probably gonna come in this way. through.
Okay.
And that's probably.
I have a question on,
Early in the morning.
what is the projected traffic, projected volume coming to this, well, not just Chipotle, but what are you expecting in terms of volume, hourly, daily, coming to this development, this piece of property in the future?
We did not do an updated traffic study. It's significantly less than what was proposed, so we felt that was appropriate.
So you have no current estimate, though, on how many vehicles per day will be expected here?
When we do something that's per ordinance, when we do a project that's per ordinance, the traffic is assumed to be, as long as you're not violating the ordinance, the traffic flow from that site is anticipated in the zoning. So we don't do a study typically on something like this.
Well, I'm sure Chipotle asked that question, right? I'm sure they wanted to estimate business volume, right?
Oh, you're talking about the traffic on the highway?
No, talking about visitors to the retail, 2 commercial spots and to Chipotle. So how many new vehicles per day?
No, Chipotle would do its demographic study on the traffic count on the highway.
but I think the question, I mean, the amount of traffic, or maybe it's not traffic, the flow was pre-calculated into the overall development? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And it's calculated into the number of parking spaces. That's why you have a parking space calculation in your ordinance, so that it can handle the cars that circulate to that lot.
And when that was done, this was taken into consideration when they did that analysis,
Yes.
right? Okay.
But initially, this was not meant to be a drive-up pickup, was not supposed to be a restaurant, a fast food restaurant, right? Originally,
Right, but
it was
we're not-
designed
we're
for
not-
something else.
We're not talking about the previous approval on this property. We're talking about your parking ordinance, which accommodates the projected number of cars.
Yeah, I'm not so concerned about how many cars can park there. I'm concerned about cars coming through and going on the back street, again, by the townhouses on that residential street. How many cars an hour or a minute or a night they're going to see coming in past the townhouses? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. It's a direct correlation, the way we see it, but we don't have that number.
Do you know if it's,
Would it be more than the originally proposed development for that? You said that was originally residential,
It was 23 apartments over retail.
and how many? How many apartments again?
23 apartments.
Yeah, 23 apartments with a percentage of retail kind of
There's like
mixed into that, right? So you,
3,600 square foot of
so
retail.
based on that amount of projected volume, I guess, to get to the point where compared to this one, is it a wash? Is it more or less kind of comparable
You would have more trips from that.
in here,
No, from the original.
in the original one?
yeah, I'm good for now. Yeah,
All
thank
right,
you.
couple of questions myself. So when I look at the parking standard or the design standard for commercial buildings, and I'm going to look to Dave and Catherine here, is there any concern with a front yard or side yard parking? I thought that was prohibited by ordinance for commercial buildings in the design standards.
It's not permitted, it's not prohibited in this zone.
I'm sorry?
It's not prohibited in this zone.
And this what?
Zone.
When I looked at the zone, it referred back to the design standard, I believe, where it was prohibited. So I'm looking for,
I'd have to check that.
okay, I'd like to have that check, please.
Yep.
And what I'm referring to is, see if I can find it, 1853, I think it was H.
H is usually the parking area.
Okay. In regard to the fence, there is a design standard for fencing that I don't see was described or detailed in the application. Could you comment on that?
The design of the fence is incorporated in the plans.
Right, so what I saw, what I didn't see, maybe I missed it, I apologize if I did, is I saw where there's a fence, where a fence is going to be, but I didn't see height or anything like that, just there's going to be a fence there.
It's on the detail sheet.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great, thanks. We talked about the ordering board, talked about that. So relative to the architectural plans, so, like others up here, when I went back and looked at the different site plans, it talked about clapboard and brick. And I'm questioning, I didn't see, there's also a developer's agreement in place, which talks about having a harmonized look. And it says you cannot divert from that without going back and having that developer's agreement redone. So any thoughts from our professionals on that?
What developers agreement are you referring to?
I'm sorry?
What developers agreement?
So there was the developer's agreement for all of North Village?
Oh, I'm just asking if you have the.
Yeah, I don't have it, no.
Oh, yeah, I didn't read a copy of it. If it was specifically for parcel J for the last approval, then that's a different story, but if it's for entirety.
I think it was for the entirety.
For North Village. So, with the North Village Plan Unit Development, the standards for architecture are pretty flexible. They make, the standards in the zoning ordinance for this area were intentionally flexible because they created the transect areas. As far as the architectural cohesiveness, architectural, cooperation between the buildings, the applicant has put forth a design that they feel, is complementary, they feel, meets that very flexible standard. I have heard that the board members are, there's been a couple of board members bringing up discussions. Now, I don't think the board can redesign the building, but I think there can be suggestions or recommendations to incorporate certain materials within the design of the building. From a perspective of a permitted use, and I'll let Mr. Grady handle anything like that, you can't, I don't think this board can say, can deny this application based on the architectural design, but they can say that they believe that this building is not complementary and make recommendations to the applicant to incorporate specific building materials or specific recommendations as far as what they believe the North Village architectural, and if they do or do not comply with it.
So when I looked at site plan 674, I believe Mr. Dykstra agreed at that time that the J building will have brick to complement what was the Modern Farmer at the time, and clapboard to complement the Chelsea, and that's what was approved. So what I'm seeing here is different than that. So my question is, based on what was approved, should there not be, in my view, there should be, brick to tie in with the other buildings, as well as some clapboard?
Well, I feel like the real question is application number 674 was an approval for the 23 apartments retail use. That's a different story. As far as the architectural standards, and I didn't have this application to review it, but Mr. Dykstra may have been a part of it to say so, to provide some details on it, is application number 614 is what set forth the landscape and architectural standards. I believe in my memo, I asked if you could,
So under
discuss what those were
614,
specifically.
under 614, it reads, all other buildings are brick and clapboard to complement the Chelsea.
Okay.
That's 674.
614, I believe.
Well, the further asked while you look that up, is there anything you could do with the current design to incorporate some type of brick?
I'll let Mr. Dykstra and the architect answer, but, if you listen to what the testimony was, the Atlantic building is metal.
I don't think that's accurate.
Not metal, it's,
I'm sorry, what'd you say? it
That's
was?
brick. Atlantic building was brick, you said.
Atlantic building is not brick, it's stone and hardy board.
Okay, so let's loosen this a little bit, because I hear where you're going with this. Whether it's stone or brick-like type of feature into this.
Right, but then the next building is brick, but then you have industry that is more consistent with this building. Then you have the Starbucks, then you have this building. The drawing of the comparison between, at the time the Chelsea was up and this was proposed to be residential, you could understand tying it together. It was a 3-story building, it would stand next to a 3-story building. You could understand tying it
No,
together.
we understand. What I think, if you look at industry, you're just telling us industry is built of what?
It's brick and.
It is
metal.
brick. There's a lot of brick, as much as there is the glass and
Glass and metal.
metal structures. There is a brick tone, brick incorporated into that. I think where I'm hearing, and then others are saying, they'd like to see some consistency or something of the like incorporated into this design. If it makes sense, I mean, putting what you put here,
I think
you check the boxes, right? You meet all your checklists, but again, I think it's an aesthetics conversation we're having.
I think the building is designed using this material with the undulations of the parapets and ins and outs, that incorporating brick into this particular design would be difficult. It would have to go back to the drawing board.
May I ask if the architecturals were driven by Chipotle corporately? Because the design is common in other Chipotles, so does Chipotle, does that impact the design?
I would say a lot of Chipotles have a larger element at the top where their sign is located. This building has something similar, but did the two influence each other? That wasn't the intent.
And the color of the dark wood silk screen
Yes.
aluminum panel, what color was that?
It's burnt cherry.
Burnt cherry. So there is like a red undertone, almost like, let me see that. Oh, it's darker than that, okay.
Not
Mr.
correct.
Worthington,
On the Atlantic building, it's brick and stone. So I apologize.
Mr. Wolverton, you said in your report that the building is designed in Chipotle style.
Yeah.
Is that
It's,
under
it
number
wasn't,
10?
what I said was it's designed in the style, but it wasn't my intent when I was designing the building. I didn't know Do we know the, it was
You meant
Chipotle
the,
the
you meant
whole
the
time? It might have
structure,
been.
of the building, the upper panel?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we had a similar looking Chipotle. That's kind of what we looked at when we looked at this building. And we felt it was an architectural feature to add to the village. That's kind of how we look at it.
And that later colors aluminum, that's
All of
metal?
it's- All of it's metal. Just for maintenance purposes, it stays. It's a
Understood.
really nice product.
Let me read one thing if I can from the ordinance, and I'll ask your opinion, and then we can move on. But when I look at the required conditions for planned development, approved unified architectural and design scheme shall be complied with by the applicant in future development. So it's already saying unified architectural and design schemes throughout the planned development, which to me is the entire North Village, right? So when I look at this design, I'm not seeing the unification with the other buildings, so please help me understand that.
When we came back, that was the original, the way it was written in the ordinance.
Right.
We came in with an application to develop the architectural design standards farther, so we'd have flexibility in how these buildings looked and the ability to make them different. So we didn't want, a lot of these shopping centers, you see, the buildings are all exactly the same. They have no character.
If I had to say how they're similar to the rest of the buildings, a lot of the buildings have a metal canopy out front. In fact, the Atlantic Health one does, and the building that has Pliables and Salad Works has these metal canopies out front, as well as I think Starbucks does. A lot of the black tone of the building and the storefront are reminiscent of almost all the buildings going along the parking lot side where Pizza One is. The black facade here is reminiscent of the dark materials of industry. There's a lot of that. And then in addition to that, the design standards said to bring in some earth tones. So in addition to that, we wanted to complement with some wood tones because this is Sussex County. We wanted to bring in some of that, the biophilia, the wood tones, but in a durable material. And that's where the lighter tone came from. And it just so happened that the same manufacturer has as a darker tone as well. So we wanted to treat the whole building like that. The material goes all the way to the ground, so we wanted to choose a material that was very durable at all the way around the building, whether it's assault or to employees at the exit. So we brought in elements, they're all complementary. The style's a bit different, a little bit more modern. And to your point, a lot of Chipotles and storefronts do have a larger element that wraps, that could be lit and put the signage on.
All right, I'll just leave it. I'd like to see more brick. Just, again, I think it ties in what the intent of the North Village was, the North Village Plan Development. I understand Chipotle maybe has something, but maybe the other two, just for your consideration. Okay? Let's see. So signage, Dave, you talked about this a little bit. So typically, when I look at a site plan, there's a sign plan within the site plan that gives all the dimensions, the colors, the sizes, and that kind of stuff. I didn't see that here. Did I miss that, or?
No, I think, Mr. Chairman, what they did in this particular application, at least in the later plans and some of the information in the architectural memo that Mr. Wolverton provided, they did have more detail on the Chipotle sign.
Right.
As far as the colors and the size and what have you. But my understanding is for proposed suite B and C, they don't know the tenants yet, or if it might be a single tenant, singular, and what the signage details are going to be. Basically, what they outlined in the response was that the height would be no more than 3 feet,
Right.
which is what is allowed, and the distance of the length of each sign along the facade would be no more than 90% of the facade width, so they'd be within the ordinance. That's not to say, and I don't mean to speak for them, but that's not to say it necessarily will be that big, but those are the outer limits of what they're proposing. I would think that something like that, if the board were to consider it, would be signage to come back before the site plan review
That's
committee,
where I
just
was
so you
going.
can see what it is.
You guys are okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see, we talked about the color. So traffic circulation, could you go back to the drawing that has the traffic circulation? Okay, so, there was a revised letter from, Corporal Morris dated, September 22nd. And the conclusion that he came with is that, if the entrance or the exit from Lot 7 is allowed as shown in the plans, it's in his professional opinion that it will have traffic and public safety concerns for residents and employees of Chelsea. I need to address that somehow. I'm hesitant to say ignore it, so.
I think we did address it by limiting it to just service vehicles. It's very few vehicles coming through there and they're controlled.
And I think this was the plan that, I don't know for sure, but he had seen the revised plan, so I think this memo was in response to the revised plan, where after it had already been revised, to limit it.
Correct.
So he still has a concern in my mind.
He does.
Okay,
We
can
disagree.
you agree with that?
We disagree with him, but yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I had made the recommendation that they provide the access easement to the police department, because I don't know if he's aware of that. Like I said, I can't speak for what his reaction will be, but he might find some comfort in knowing that the Chelsea has agreed and knows that this access to the site is provided through their site. And always has been since they've been developed. So once they provide a copy of that, I think the police department may feel exactly the same way, as from a safety or whatever perspective. But I do think that he needs that information in order to make a full review of it.
And that makes sense to me. So would the action be for them to review it with the police department and get their concurrence that they're no longer concerned?
No, it's up to this board to determine if, take what you will from the police officer's review as well as the applicant's perspective and opinion on it. And, you make the decision based on that information that's been provided to you.
And you have the opinion of a professional engineer who's here before you, who, is the most experienced professional engineer in our county. Or maybe Mr. Simmons is the most experienced professional engineer in our county, and he's here, you can ask his opinion. Obviously, we respect the comments from the police officer. We made a change in response to that, but that isn't, it's an opinion. It's not conclusive on the subject, and you have your expert here.
So it sounds like we could agree that there's a difference of opinion between Corporal Morris and the engineers here.
I haven't heard Mr. Simmons say that this is a safety concern.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I'm looking for that when I say that in terms of, let's say between Corporal Morris and Mr. Dykstra, I guess it sounds like there's a difference of opinion in terms of.
That's why you have a professional engineer who can tell you from engineering standards and experience whether or not this is properly designed and is a safety concern.
I would disagree. I respect our professionals
You don't wanna
extremely
ask-
well.
I get it, you don't want to.
No, I'm saying that we have the police department and traffic experts, professionals looking at this from a safety standpoint too, which is beyond just engineering. There's two perspectives there. I think you're combining them into one.
Engineering clearly encompasses safety.
I think the police department has a pretty strong view and a pretty clear view on what's safe for its
I get it,
residents
you
as
don't wanna
well.
ask Mr. Simmons' opinion, I get it.
Yep.
I don't think, earlier you said, the cops will have to stay there and monitor if they should go out of the one-way or come, I don't know if that's like a made-for-work scenario that I want to burden our police force with, sitting in a parking
You
lot.
could say that about every stop sign and every traffic light and every one-way in the
No,
entire town.
I understand that. I don't want them doing that. I'd rather them doing more important police matters than just monitoring if someone's going in a one-way traffic area. At a burrito place, Chipotle.
Mr. Chairman, also, I just want to note, and I'm just devil's advocate, the fire department also has a different perspective. So there's a third or fourth perspective here, which also conflicts with the police department. I'm sure the fire department didn't request access or widening the access for any reason other than safety. From the way that the site is designed and the access from North Village Boulevard, if North Village Boulevard was blocked and a fire truck could not get access to the site, this provides access.
Understand.
This board, this board's function is to take all the testimony and the evidence that will not in every case be the same or synchronized perfectly, and using the board's experience, weighing the credibility of the testimony, the experience of the people who've given their reports, the credentials of the people who've given their reports, and come to a conclusion as to what this board feels is the right thing to do. It's not that you may not get everybody to agree, as you've indicated.
Correct. And I would just make a recommendation that this board does have the authority to say that that access can simply be for emergency access. It doesn't have to be for service vehicles. Certainly, right, the restriction for normal vehicles has been limited. So if the fire department, their request for it to be an emergency access remains on the table, and the police department has an issue with service vehicles, potentially having conflict with people trying to do a pass-through, you have the opportunity to restrict this to emergency access only if you wish to.
I think the important thing is that you're balancing two things with safety. If you have a truck driving in here, has to back out through a parking lot versus a truck that can come through one direction, fully visible of a parking lot, it's a much safer situation. I think that's where he's only concerned about the cars coming through and sneaking through. But the reality is the pedestrians here are just as important.
When are deliveries or service vehicles anticipated to visit the site?
Typically, Chipotle gets deliveries in the morning.
Before hours of operation are open, correct?
Yeah, they open usually at 10. They start operation around 11:30.
And as far as garbage pickup, that's likely before 10 a.m. as well?
Correct.
I understand that,
These tenants could be a doctor's office. They could be.
correct.
open.
Correct, they could be, and I guess that's what this board needs to look at also. There are two speculative tenants, which we don't know who's going to tenant those buildings, but as Mr. Dykstra mentioned, as far as deliveries and trash, those things are happening. And I understand you don't want to truck backing out or having to, but certainly those movements will be a lot easier when the site is not occupied by other vehicles and people on the site. So like I said, it is up to this board if you make that determination, to remain as a service vehicle and emergency access, or limit it to emergency access if it makes you feel more comfortable. I don't think there's anything restricting them from that.
I think you're just transferring the safety issue then at that point, because if the truck's got to come in and out of that main entrance, the delivery trucks, you're just transferring the risk of that scenario. You're not eliminating or reducing the risk. I think you're just transferring it.
I disagree because you're driving forward, you're not reversing. When you're backing up, it's a much more dangerous movement in traffic.
I think Mr. Sylvester, I think you were agreeing with Mr. Dykstra. He's agreeing with you. He's disagreeing with
I
me.
was, to your earlier comment and the point you were making, I see where you were going with it, but you just conflicted that comment. But yeah, we're saying the same thing.
So where will the delivery and service vehicles in this plan, what's their destination? Where on the building will they be going?
The delivery areas here.
So across the parking lot? from
There's a
the
striped
building?
area outside the garbage enclosure. You'll see it on the plan. I don't know the actual dimensions of it, but
So not going close to the building or to a door at the building, the side door, the back door, they're coming just to that the parking spot? How will the trash removal trucks get to the north corner dumpster?
Assuming they're on one delivery, they would come in, they pick up, they come here.
They would back into that corner and then exit?
Yeah, they're front loading, so they pull in, load, back around, front load here and then out.
Okay. All right, parking space size. So again, when I look at the ordinance, I believe it should be 9 by 20, where these appear to be, I guess, 18 by 8. Does that require a waiver?
They're 9 by 18, but we oversized the access aisle.
Then 9 by 18, so the minimum is 9 by 20, right?
Correct.
So do we need a waiver for these parking spaces?
Yes.
But we could make them 9 by 20 by just extending the 2 foot of paint. It's
If,
just,
if you did that, would you have enough room between the two aisles for cars to,
you're required 24 feet, we have 28 feet. We find that if we don't stripe them as big and we leave more access aisle, it's a safer parking lot, that's why.
so are you offering to make them 9 by 20?
I'd prefer to leave the spaces 9 by 18 and the access aisle 28.
So I think, it sounds like there's two choices, if I understand it correctly. We either need a waiver, or they have to be 9 by 20.
All right, we'll make them 9 by 20.
Okay. Let me just see real quick. And Catherine, I know in the initial summary, there was a concern with the number of parking spaces, given that some were dedicated to takeout as opposed to seats in the restaurant. Is that resolved, or is there still a concern there?
Well, they did provide additional spaces to to account for the outdoor seating. And so there are additional space on the plan as a result. I do believe that it probably has resolved it at this point. Also because in hearing about their operations plan, many of the customers that are coming to the site are going to be using those dedicated spaces. So I think it's fine.
So just for clarification, so when I look at the building, it's 2,535 square feet, and the seating was done based on 885 square feet of service area. Does that include the serving area too?
No, so it's either whichever's greater. The amount of
Right.
seats, so the service area is, where's my plans? 1 per 50 square feet or 52 seats. I believe 52 seats rules there, correct? So that was the greater of the two.
Okay. And this does, it also does account for the outdoor seating, the 16 seats outside?
Correct.
Okay, so it sounds like that we're good there?
Yes. And just so it's clear, the spaces for the other untenanted retail spaces are based off of a commercial requirement. And so I don't know if there was a medical use or, another restaurant came in, they may have to seek a variance, the tenant will depend on that. So right now, they will comply if it is a commercial use, but depending on the parking regulation being a higher standard, there could be a potential for a parking variance if they did seek that in the future. But for now, if a retail, commercial tenant came in, they would comply for both or just one tenant with both
Your
spaces.
zoning officer would have to deal with that. If you got a medical use, they would shunt them over because doesn't.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, that's all I have.
Just real quick, construction timeframe to do this?
It's about 6 to 8 months built.
And all construction-related activities, delivery of all trucks, storing trucks, material will be confined to the footprint of this development, or you have other additional staging areas outside?
It'll be staged right on site. We have an existing.
Where would that be?
The existing parking lot that's built here, we would utilize that for staging for the construction.
So you don't expect that to affect the residents in the townhouses? Is that correct?
I mean, they're not going to park on the street, is that what you mean? By effect?
Yeah, so none of the equipment, none of the staging materials will be on the, yeah, okay.
Street or other, even or vehicles or
Obviously, trucks
trucks,
are gonna-
material, and other empty spaces in and around the other parking lot areas?
Correct.
And fencing around, obviously, will it be
We'll do
Covered?
temporary fencing, construction site.
One last question on the traffic flow. So when you come in and you come to the drive-through and you pick up, and then you exit the drive-through area into the two-way traffic. If I understand it right, that exit is driving right into head-on traffic coming the other direction. Yes,
Exiting and you.
right. And now when that car comes out, he's heading into two-way traffic in the wrong direction because of the space of the loading. It's kind of forcing that to happen, so.
And I thought that was a one-way, you have a one-way block right there, right?
Right there, right. So when he exits and comes out of that,
Gonna stay right.
They're right.
and there's room to do that?
Yes.
With the expanded parking spaces by the 2 feet on each side?
So 28 feet is shown on the plans right now, and it's going to be reduced to 24? Okay, which matches, does that match below where the, like, where the curb, it's 24 feet there at the crosswalk? Or is it 28 feet? Uh-huh, okay. Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Are you, the hours of operation you mentioned early on would be till 10 PM typically, well, 10 PM. What are the hours of operation, are you aware of them, of the other surrounding businesses?
They vary. Depends on, Starbucks closes probably at 8 or 9 o'clock. Industry closes 10 or 11, depending on the night. It depends on, I don't know their actual hours, but they're in that range.
Okay, I'm a little concerned about, again, the residential aspect. This is a mixed-use development, obviously, of having visitors, busyness and sounds and lights and things. People are across the street trying to live, rest, whatever, walk their dog. 10 o'clock to me seems late.
It is a mixed-use development, and I think that says it, it's intended to be integrated with multiple uses.
My experience is when you're on North Village Boulevard, it's very hard to turn on it if you're coming out from where the Starbucks is right now. So I just can't envision what it would be like if people were trying to come in and out of there to the Chipotle up against the townhouses. And also, if you could just clarify, is it possible for somebody that is leaving the complex, the Chipotle, who typically would go right and then right back onto 206, they could turn left and go through Chelsea to go northward to take their family food?
They can't legally, but anybody could drive through there now.
Actually, can you expand on that? So if they go out the rear entrance and make a left, why can't they cut through there?
This is private property. There's no access easement through that section,
But they can drive through there to get to
Parking lot.
Chelsea.
of course.
They could.
Yeah, thus far, we've only been talking about the proposed service entrance, people going upstream against that. So there is a possibility people just going out the rear entrance, or the main entrance, and still cutting through, or to get there that way, correct?
True for the whole development, though, and that's not our property, we don't control it.
We could sign this to no left turn if you feel that's appropriate. I think that would keep, at least, there'd be a sign so people wouldn't, who are obeying the law, wouldn't do it.
Where does that extend to now, if they did make a left? Into the,
This is the town, the back at Chelsea.
can you access the house, the development through that Market Street?
Yeah, this is the townhouse development goes through here.
Yep.
This is the access to that. And then you can come all the way back to Prosper.
So if you're going out the White Lake Road, you could make a left there and make your way out, right?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me continue down. Any questions down this side? Anybody? Okay, I think at this point, we should open it up to the public. Anybody from the public?
Hi, Mike Devine, Oak Parkway. I had maybe two categories of questions. Let me take the one I think is most important first. We're at a disadvantage because we really can't see any of the drawings, so I may be asking things that were already covered. If I try to figure out how you come into this place and exit, that's really the focus of my circulation questions. One way to come in, I assume, is beyond 15 North, turn right at North Village and turn left at Cypress. Is that correct?
You would, coming 15 north, you'd make a right onto North Village and a left on Market.
Which is Market? Is that the same as Cypress Lane?
On the architectural, it says Cypress, but it's marked.
Okay, and then you would make a left into the Chipotle area.
Correct.
Okay, and then when you come out, you would reverse that. When you come out of Chipotle, you could either make a left or a right, is that correct?
You could make a left or right, but the traffic pattern would be to make a right back to North Village Boulevard.
And then if you wanted to get back to 15, you would go down and make a right at North Village out to 15, is that right?
Yes.
So right now, if, for example, if I go to ShopRite, and I think probably a large percentage of the cars leaving that whole area comes out, I guess is at Market, I don't forget what the street is, what I call Cypress. Come out there and maybe go to White Lake, but more likely turn left at North Village and then get access 15 that way. Does that make sense?
There's two primary entrances leaving the shop, right?
Mhm.
That hit North Village.
Yep.
You take one of those and make a left, correct?
Okay, so let's assume you're going to come out and make a left at North Village. So you would have cars coming into that, picture that four-sided North Village and Market intersection, the four sides there, okay? You have cars coming in all four directions, converging into that intersection, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now it's, as somebody's pointed out, that's already a pretty difficult intersection, I think. If you're coming out from ShopRite, you want to make a left at North Village. I mean, I personally experienced difficulty with sight lines, looking here for cars coming and looking for cars coming in from 15. It's not an easy turn. If I now anticipate cars coming at me from Chipotle, I mean, it's going to complicate it quite a bit more. I'm a little concerned about, we don't have a good grasp on the additional volume of traffic from Chipotle. There was a suggestion that there's a correlation, unless I misunderstood, a suggestion that there was a correlation between number of parking spaces and the volume through the restaurant. I mean, I would think most of the cars coming in there are going to come right in, pick up their stuff and leave. I'm not sure they're going to need to park. Maybe I'm wrong.
There's a certain percentage of the cars would just go through the drive-through.
Right, so they'll come in, go through that and back out. They won't park. So that kind of undermines the correlation to some extent, I think. I would think that Chipotle must have some minimum flow per day to make it economically viable. And with all their other restaurants, they have a pretty good handle on that.
I mean, when Chipotle looked at the volume of traffic on the highway at certain hours, that's how they decide where.
So they make an assumption that some fraction will come off the highway into their facility. A little bit off to the side, you, if I understood, you talked about, in response to a question, this could, I don't know if you meant the Chipotle aspect or the entire 3-unit, would equate to $2 million of tax revenue per year. Was that, did I misunderstand that?
We were speaking of the original economic impact study from when this project started.
Mhm.
My recollection was that the annual tax created by the site would be approximately $2 million.
When you say the site, you mean the 3 suites we're talking about now?
88 acre.
Okay, okay, so that's everything, not just,
Yeah, you'd never have a Chipotle paying $2 million in taxes.
that's what I was trying to get at. I said, that's a hell of a lot of hamburgers or whatever they sell. But my bottom line is, that intersection, when you have 4 things coming together, you also, I believe, one part of that road have sidewalks, so you have the further complication of pedestrians. Now, I don't know I didn't see the details of the traffic report, but it looks to me like a very hazardous circumstance. And then when you add in 2 more units for their building, especially if one of them could be another drive-through, which I guess is possible.
It's not possible.
It's not, okay. So the traffic has to be a substantial increase over what's now. I think what's now is already problematic. When you look at coming all these different directions converging at that intersection, complicated with pedestrians, I think it's an extremely hazardous situation.
Your opinion?
And you disagree? Why would you disagree, Owen?
It's not a major traffic producer, this site. That's why I would disagree.
It's not what, I'm
A
sorry.
major traffic producer. It's I mean, by DOT standards, this wouldn't even require a modification to any permit for an access. So it would not, I don't consider it a major difference in traffic based on what we had proposed.
Which gets back to the volume that's required to make Chipotle and the other two places economically viable. And we don't really have a good handle on that. My sense is, and I've seen Chipotle and other fast food places, is an awful lot of traffic. It has to be, because their product is not a high-priced item. They need a lot of volume, and there's gonna be a lot of volume there. And I think it's already a problematic intersection, so I don't know what, I'll leave it at that. It's just the way it appears to me. Thanks.
Hi, Mark Scott, 9 Pueblo Parkway. Thanks for hearing me. I think we really need to learn a lot more about the circulation here, the on-site circulation, what's going to happen. Because when Starbucks went in, there seemed to be, at least I read the paper, some difficulty with traffic moving around. And Starbucks still seems to be doing pretty well there. And the traffic may have gotten, I don't know, better or worse. We're talking about, and we've been told time and time again in the past couple hours, about the traffic study that was done when we first did this project. But there was never a traffic study done once the project was completed. And now we have a big, big problem there with traffic and circulation. And like Mr. Devine said, you coming off of 15, you're making a right-hand turn, and then you have someone pulling out of Starbucks and making a left-hand turn, and you've got somebody, suddenly across with Chipotle, making a left or a right-hand turn. So now you've got a lot more things flowing here. I think we need a traffic study. I mean, it's a very dangerous situation here. You've got sidewalks, you've got, as Mrs. Dunbar pointed out, the children that'll be walking around there. You've got some of the COA units there. You've got a lot of children. You've got a lot of people walking on the sidewalks, people going from Starbucks over to Chipotle and back. So you've got people walking, and you've got all these cars moving, and you've got very little control. This is really, this danger, this hazard that's happening here, this is a standard to deny this. The developer continues to say that this is the way the approval was done, and this is the way it was done 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Remember, we have not had a study done since this asset was completed. And we've had issues, and we've had problems, and there has been no traffic study done. One other thing. I myself am in real estate development and real estate finance.
Mr. Chairman, if I can interrupt, when we opened it to the public, I was of the understanding this was going to be for questions, not for statements. So I didn't put anybody under oath, but we've now veered a little way away from questions with some commentary to actual testimony. And it's up to the board or up to you as the chair to decide, do we limit this particular portion to questions of the witnesses, or are we going to allow questions and statements? We're going to allow statements. I need to put Mr. Scott and anybody else who comes up under oath. Mr. DeWine was pretty close to making mostly questions and making a couple comments, but here we're deeply into making statements.
So I think if we're crossing a line, then we should put people under oath. I think it's important to hear people's opinions.
Okay.
So I'd like to put people under oath, please.
Sure.
So if you would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you've already given and that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay. And we're going to do that with everybody who comes up, Mr. Chairman. That way we don't have to demarcate between questions and statements. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Go
Question.
ahead.
Why are we rushing here? Some of the professionals didn't get some of the paperwork till 2 p.m. today, it was stated. Why are we rushing here? I'll testify for a second. I have an interest in a development in Warren County. It took us 7 years to get it approved. And we're rushing to get this done tonight. Okay. Mr. Dykstra said that the original approval 10 years ago with the 24 apartments would not be any different traffic-wise than the Chipotle. So I go back to Mr. Devine's math, and I figure, well, let's see, you got 24 apartments, the people go twice a day, that's 48 trips, so Chipotle is maybe have 48 customers a day. I think they're out of business in day one. So, I mean, I think there's a difference here. Something that was approved 10 years ago is now being changed dramatically. The traffic flow has changed dramatically. We've already seen that the traffic is a mess over there. I think we need a traffic study. I don't think we need to rush here. And I would hope that the board would consider reviewing it again. Some of our professionals didn't seem to have all the facts tonight, and maybe we could get our act together before we make such a huge decision here to further impact Route 15 and North Village. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Landon Tanieri. I'm going to keep my questions brief and refrain from too many comments. But I'll still swear in, of course.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And so I get your notes right. State your name again and spell your last name.
Landon Tanieri, Tanyeri. So my first question was about the through traffic between the Chelsea. Is there anything to try to mitigate that, not from service vehicles or any other vehicles, but just from an average driver to access Market Street directly from Route 15? That's a direct question for you guys.
Yeah. Through the Chelsea property?
Yep, through Route 15 to Market Street.
Through the Chelsea property?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, I don't think we can answer that. It's not our property.
But you guys are using an easement acquisition to increase usage through that property that could,
Easement this way, not this way.
So my point being is that there's still usability on that property regardless of if it's a private property, we're saying yes, but that easement is just for that service lane. So even if it is a service vehicle pulling in through the main entrance, that's not under the easement, is it?
The easement goes from the entrance at Chelsea, makes a right turn to our property.
So no vehicle would enter a service vehicle from Market Street?
The service coming this way, is that what you mean?
Correct.
No.
Is there any way that maybe you could work with Chelsea to try to get some sort of signage for pedestrians or for drivers to not drive through and try to increase the traffic circulation in that area? Because that's something that could avoid having to put that burden on our police force, because obviously you mentioned that is a violation. That's not, traffic code to do a loop like that in between the entrance from Market Street for Chelsea and the entrance to the new complex.
I mean, Chelsea could certainly put a sign up that says no through traffic. I mean, that's up to them. That's not on our site.
Okay. The other thing I had was for the Chipotle drive-through. I was caught off guard by the fact that it's only for online order. That's something that I think whenever we go to a drive-through as just normal customers, you can quite easily pick up. This is making some weird noise, but I'm sorry. But is there a way that, I have a funny feeling that a lot of customers are going to go there thinking, I'm going to order in the drive-through, and they get there and they find out they're waiting in line holding up traffic and they can't actually order.
Right, so they'll have to pull into a parking space and go in and order, or pick up their phone and order.
And could that increase to the traffic? I think that's the main question, because when we talk about the drive-through, I'm over in Morris County, so I picked up at Chick-fil-A, and they have two lines, your mobile and your pickup, or your mobile and if you're ordering there. And both those lines are very busy, but it's clearly illustrated. I don't think there's any illustration for any customer coming through from out of town or in town who are going to see that Chipotle, pull into the drive-through and then get stuck there, be like, now I got to wait, pull into the line. I just don't think it's the best design. And then when we talk about the traffic study that we're discussing, that should be probably included in this Clearly, we don't have the numbers of the estimate of how many people plan on going to Chipotle. That's, many factors apply to that. We all know that. But Chipotle certainly has some concept of how many customers they intend on coming to this location, because why would you place a fast food restaurant there if it's not financially feasible for them? So I think for the public, it would be great for us to see how many people would be going on that location as a person that actually works in that area, how that's going to impact my time driving to work, my ability driving around Route 15 to get to the fairgrounds and other places. But thank you. And thank you for your time, Planning Board.
Good evening, Kathy Edmundhausen, Gutters Lane.
Swear you in, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State your name so I can get it down and spell, please.
Kathy Ebbinkhausen, Ebbinkhuysen.
Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Board members. So I have quite a few questions here. I'm glad there's not a time limit tonight. So the last time I checked, Mr. Dykstra, Mr. Wolverton, Mr. Brady, no one here is a member of the Environmental Commission or Committee, right?
Dean is.
On the board or in the room?
Well, in general, but generally to the people that are giving testimony tonight, our professionals, the testimony.
The question?
I'll take
have
that
a
as a
question
no.
to the board.
Are you a member? Well, no, I'm asking you, are you a member of the Environmental Committee?
Me?
Yes,
No.
thank you. So what makes you think that you know better than the Environmental Committee's recommendations, is my question to you, as the testimony you gave tonight seems to suggest otherwise. Is anyone in the room a hydrologist? No, I don't hear anybody speaking up. Does anyone else have qualifications to assess impacts to water in our town? Still hearing nothing. That's disheartening, because my question is to the board: can each of the planning board members, our professionals, those who testified today, guarantee that our water supply, our town's drinking water, will not be harmed, polluted, or run dry? That this development will not cause harm to our town? Why do I ask this question? Because it seems like we're expecting to build on top of a wellhead protection area. And then my question is regarding that diagram: where is the wellhead? Because I don't see it called out here anywhere. And it's my understanding, based on the reporting, that there is a wellhead here somewhere. Is that correct?
The wellhead protection area is much larger than this map. The wells, the Sparta Township wells, there's one on Gale Court. I believe that's what the wellhead protection area we're within on this one.
Okay, so you're saying that building anything in this space would be in the wellhead protection area. Is that all right? Is that correct?
I think what Mr. Dykstra is saying is that most of the development is in the wellhead protection area.
So again, we're building more on the wellhead protection area. Is that correct?
And that's why we developed this with a sewer treatment plant where we're not discharging through septic systems. We're utilizing town water. It's a well-controlled situation.
Sounds like we're saying to this community that we're willing to gamble with our precious resource, that's water. That's what I'm hearing.
So I want to be careful, because what I don't want to do is put words in, in their mouths that they're not saying. So, certainly any opinion you have about what you feel free. But I don't think it's fair to say this is what I hear you saying, when I don't think that is what we're hearing them say.
It's my interpretation of what I'm hearing tonight. It is my opinion. Mr. Brady, why do we have an environmental committee? That's the question I want to raise.
Act as first of all, I'm not giving testimony, nor is it my job to justify either side. But as a matter of procedure, the environmental committees that are appointed in different towns are to give advisory opinion for consideration by boards.
Okay, thank you for that. And if that's the case, why is their work and research just being ignored? I understand they gave reports, multitude of years ago, However, I believe their reports were not in favor of building, just saying. Again, what is the purpose or use of the expected other two commercial units?
Testimony is that it's unknown at this time.
So that means it could be just about anything in that space, is that right?
I think what that means is that it could be anything that's permitted unless applicant comes back before the board and gets additional approvals.
Okay.
You want a reading of what is permitted in that area?
I would love one. Thank you.
Do you want me to read it? Sure, yeah. So this property falls within Business Transect 6 in the zone and Transect SD, which is limited commercial. I'll first go through T6, which is the Business Transect, allows for a plaza, allows for retail stores for the indoor sale of goods or merchandise with seasonal sidewalk sales as approved by the subcommittee of the planning board at a maximum of 4 times a year, including general stores, bakeries, cafes, financial services, florists, ice cream, pharmacies, sporting goods, apparel, bookstores, home furnishings. Restaurants where all food sold on premises is served at tables within the restaurant. And clarification of that, there is an allowance for outdoor seating as a conditional use, which this application is part of. Specialty retail defined as shops that cater to a specific market, which are linked by architectural, historic, or geographic theme and by commonality of goods. The specialty retail center consists of smaller shops of 2,000 to 10,000 square feet of floor area, theaters, convenience stores, hotels, and conference centers, which may include health clubs and spas, catering facilities, and restaurants open to the public, but ancillary to principal use. Access to all guest rooms shall be via hallways from main lobby and medical clinics. And for the SD Transect Plaza, restaurants where all food sold on premises is served at tables, hotel and conference centers, same as the one I just read for hotel and conference centers, supermarkets, banks and banking offices, theaters, fast food restaurants with drive-through facilities, medical clinics, public utilities. And I just want to clarify what I said before about the parking. They are going under approval as these as commercial uses. So even though the other uses are permitted, if there's a higher parking standard, while they wouldn't need any use variance approval for those uses, they may have to come back before the board for a parking variance if the use has a higher standard than what they are going for approval tonight.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to keep going. What mitigations are expected to prevent traffic from impeding Route 15? The existing intersection is very busy, as some have stated here tonight, prone to motor vehicle accidents, as I'm sure many of us in this room have witnessed. We don't want to impede people from coming and going from the Chelsea either, especially ambulatory services, considering the nature of the Chelsea. So back to my question, what mitigations are we expecting to prevent spillage of traffic onto Route 15?
Question, Denise?
I mean, the mitigation was done as part of the original application, and those were the modifications to Route 15. We added
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
the mitigations were incorporated in this development as part of the original application. They were the traffic signalized intersection, as well as adding lanes to the highway.
Okay, we see how well those mitigations are working considering the amount of motor vehicle accidents. Has any thought been given to idling cars and the fumes expelled from the cars sitting in the drive-through? I think the answer is yes, but I would like to point out that this specific location is specifically very close to a building that houses seniors. We're talking about idling pollution. We're talking about what would come from the smokestacks of the cooking, all of that being right on top of our seniors. I just want to point that out. If you have any comment to that, I would appreciate it. Okay, no comment.
I just have a follow-up question. If this board so desires additional information from the applicant, if this is continued, if there's other things that they are requesting, what I would ask is if there are any operational testimonies that can be provided about Chipotle drive-through. I've been involved in other fast food applications and have requested that they provide the average idling time. It varies very, very differently amongst different fast food facilities depending on how their operations is. They have a mobile only, so there are no on-site orders that are being prepared, as people said, so it may change. But that could be potentially helpful operational testimony that could.
One
answer
point
the
I'll
question.
bring up to that, Catherine, is I don't know if anyone else has done this. I'm certainly guilty of placing an order online and then going immediately to the drive-through. There's nothing preventing anyone from doing that and now still having to idle and wait for their order,
Correct,
right?
correct.
Can I just
So-
jump in? If the questions, can they be identified to the board and or the applicant, or are they open to both?
Well, the way that I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name, Kathy is proposing them, it sounds like it's open to both. I think mostly it's
That's
to
correct.
to the applicant, but I think if the applicant doesn't answer, I think that she's expecting the board to give some feedback.
Thank you.
That's correct. That's accurate. Thank you. In the future, if the Chelsea would have an outdoor space, does anyone think that it's a bad idea for seniors and also the people eating outside to be exposed to all of what is being proposed here? Same thing with the lighting. I'm gonna go out if I don't hear anything. I think that one was already answered. What does the word protected mean when we call this space a protected zone? And I guess that question probably is directly to you, Ron, since you might know a little bit more or can direct it to the board.
I'm not sure when you say it's called the protected zone.
I believe somewhere, right, this is a wellhead protected zone. Excuse me, the word protected is used to classify the space. I'm not sure to what degree. Perhaps it is specific to the wellhead, but I believe the word protected is used to classify the zone in some way.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay.
Are you just referring to wellhead protection zone, like in that context?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if our professionals have any insights around the DEP regulations around the wellhead protection zone, the area.
Basically, on the wellhead protection zones, they divvy it up between different levels based on the time of travel for a piece of pollution, if you will, to travel from the ground towards the wellhead itself. And it's a function of how far you are from the wellhead. In this particular case, as Mr. Dykstra said, one of the closest wellheads is over off Gale Court on the Commerce Park, part of the water system.
So then in that context, what does it mean to be protected? It's just a classification given without any regulation or rules, or?
They basically look to make sure you minimize any source of pollution or any discharges into the groundwater that may ultimately end up at the wellhead and cause pollution problems for the water produced from that wellhead.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe this is considered 98% still to this day in a critical wildlife habitat, as Dean brought up. Do we know what wildlife is considered in this space and why it is deemed critical? And that's a question to the board.
Yeah, we have some information on the critical wildlife. There was the eastern meadowlark which is a species of special concern, a threatened species, the Savannah sparrow, and those were just two that were highlighted, so there could be others.
Okay.
This is based on NJDEP.
And they're considered critical because are they at a low in terms of
Yeah,
volume?
yeah, so threatened obviously is a higher level than special concern. So the eastern meadowlark was special concern, the Savannah sparrow was threatened. There's also endangered above that, and some parts of Sparta have endangered species as well.
And this is critical? Is there another level above that?
Critical is the general term to describe any of those tiers.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kath, I'm going to interrupt 1 second if I could, just to do a time check. So we still have an executive session and some other business to take care of tonight. Do you have a feel for how much more you've got there?
A couple more. Not many. I'm
Couple
at
more?
the end of my second sheet.
Couple more, okay.
Yeah. In 1996, Mrs. Dunbar noted the land should not be developed as part of the Environmental Commission. Can you explain why and why that is still being ignored till this day? Perhaps Mrs. Dunbar, you can?
1996? Good for me.
You can answer that?
If I get up again, I'll answer.
All right, thank you.
Well, it's a wildlife corridor. It's critical habitat. It's Sparta is actually a tributary headwaters for the Pollenskill. And everybody lives downstream of us. So we have a special role in protecting our water and what we send downstream into these areas. So that was part of it, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What analysis or reports do the township professionals do? I think we kind of figured out this is the answer to this over the course of this evening. Whether the circulation plan is safe and prevents congestion. We also saw what happened with Starbucks when Starbucks went in. Mr. Dykstra, I believe that was your parking lot. We don't want to relive that, right? We definitely don't. We don't want to have to redo this because we have a similar situation to what we had when the Starbucks was here. To that point, there's already a problem with the left-hand turn lane, as some of the speakers before me mentioned. I can tell you, leaving the Starbucks area, going out onto that main North Village Boulevard, the left-hand turn lane is not long enough. If you're going to turn left out of North Village to go back on Route 15, it is not long enough. So that's already backing up into the intersection to turn left. That lane, people are over the lines in that left turn lane as it is. This is going to make it 10 times worse, in my opinion. So I was hoping the board could consider that, considering we already have really bad left-hand turn lane problems leaving North Village as it is, and now you're proposing to add another piece in that same section, and people will definitely still need to turn left there. What impact will this have to the ingress or egress at the Chelsea? Are we considering or being considerate of your neighbors? Are we expecting any impact to the folks, to ambulatory, to folks visiting? I mean, we have a center, the Chelsea is there to help people, and now we're proposing to kind of clog up the way that people, especially ambulatory, are coming in and out of it. So I think that's a big problem.
There will be no significant impact to that intersection.
I don't see how that's the case if you're increasing the traffic, Mr. Dykstra. That's crazy. But I hear you.
Mr. Chairman, if the witness gives testimony, to allow the member of the public to comment that that's crazy, it's completely
I'm
inappropriate.
entitled to my opinion.
It's argumentative and it's unproductive.
I'm entitled to my opinion, and I'm a member of the public, Mr. Irwin, or Urson, sorry. All right, so I'm pretty much done. This may have been previously approved, but I'm not sure if the Chelsea was there at that time. This seems a bit uncharacteristic of our town to do this to the folks that live at Chelsea. And I take exception with the characterization that North Village is the reason our taxes have remained flat. We have perfectly capable financial individuals in our town that are quite capable of balancing the budget. So to take credit for that is offensive. Thank you.
It's Anand Dash, 17 Ponderosa Trail, Sparta. Just be brief. First of all,
Swear you in first.
yeah, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And state your name again, spell your last name?
First name is Anand, A-N-A-N-D. Last name is Dash, D-A-S-H.
Thank you.
First, let me just say, a small community, it pains me because I'm a colleague of John and Owen Dykstra, so it's not personal at all. And everybody wants to see a business succeed, and personally, I like both of them. But the essence what we've been talking about for 3 hours is reduced to this, in my opinion. The only legitimate basis for this board to be able to deny this application under the MLUL is ingress and egress on-site circulation. This is a fully conforming application otherwise. Just my opinion, having frequented that area a lot, run there with my puppy, the ingress and egress respectfully presents a safety hazard. Just my opinion, we have the opinion of the police township, which you can rely upon. The single most important duty of this board that should weigh on its conscience is the safety of its citizens that it's protected, that is charged to protect. That is the first and foremost, and the applicant would agree. Now, they disagree respectfully. They say it's safe, and I respect that. I think the board needs to weigh whether in its mind it believes this is a safe ingress and egress. Thank you very much.
Mike Devine?
Last time we didn't swear you in, this
Right.
time we will, okay? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. By the way, Collins always swears everybody in as a matter of course, so just to cover it. Of 3 minutes max, I promise. Back in the 90s sometime, I was on council or planning board or both. The North Village thing came in, then it was centered around ShopRite. There was tremendous pressure in town for another supermarket. At that point, we were down to one, and it was questionable how robust that was. We recognized very much the problems with traffic. They convinced us that people were going to go through and out to White Lake Road. They could eventually put another lane in, We didn't think much about the aquifer, to be honest. There was a great deal of disagreement on the planning board. I think frankly, we gave in because that was going to get us a ShopRite. In retrospect, I think it was ill-considered. I think there could have been a much better solution, and we're living now with the complexities that caused us. We're locked into things that we're batting our head against, and it's going to continue on all sides of 15. At some point, we got to take a stand. Now, I think that the uncertainty of the circulation is a basis for taking a stand. Maybe they can convince us that it's still a safe intersection and all their aspects are safe, but I haven't heard any quantification that can convince us of that. So I can't tell you your job, but if I were there, I would be saying, I want to be convinced in a quantitative scientific fashion that we're not going to get ourselves into a much more difficult, complicated circulation problem. Thank you.
Last question, hopefully.
Hi, Beth Broderick, 18 North Shore.
Raise your hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sure.
State your name again, please. and spell your
18
last.
Beth Broderick, Broderick, 18 North Shore. Beth. I actually have a couple of questions. I'll be quick, I promise. I have a question regarding the fence. A comment was made about a fence being put up and it not being able to stop a car if there's an issue. What will the consequences be? How can that be addressed? Why would anybody, whether it's Chipotle, a builder, an attorney, the town, the board, anybody that has any kind of influence, why would anybody be okay saying, hey, we have seniors, we have kids, we have traffic, we have buses, we have pedestrians. Let's put in a Chipotle with traffic in a bad intersection where the town and the police department have issues with the traffic and safety concerns and not make it safe. And let's put in a fence that will not do anything. Is it for decorative purposes or to say that we put in a fence, or is it just we, quote, did our due diligence, let's move on?
During the course of this hearing, we agreed to put bollards around the fence in order to protect it.
Which will stop traffic.
Yes.
To clarify, the fence is around the patio dining area in front of the Chipotle. I don't know if that was clear from before.
Not really. I'm not smart. I was an English major. I work in healthcare. All I know is you're trying to put a Chipotle in a spot where the Sparta Police Department, Kurt Mars, who is the traffic safety guy for the town, has expressed concerns and says, hey, I have a problem with this, and we need to address it.
No, it's a very intelligent question. I was just trying to make sure that you knew that that it was just around the perimeter of the outdoor dining area, not around the entire perimeter of the property.
Okay, that's fine, but I was concerned about that. Another question that I have is, overall, there was a reference to a one-way access or street just for the fire trucks and stuff like that. And there was a comment made about, oh, well, if it's one way, nobody is gonna go the wrong way down that street. Can somebody explain the lot? Like, I don't believe that, because to me, that's like saying the speed limit in front of ShopRite on Route 15 is 50, so nobody is gonna go over 50 miles an hour. Everybody knows that in like the 4 hours of the narrow window, like everybody speeds, the speed limit is 50, 55, whatever. Everybody speeds. Sparta Police Department does not have the manpower to sit there and enforce the traffic. So I just want to make sure, can we look into that a little bit more? Because that doesn't make sense. It's like saying, don't go the wrong way in a Target parking lot, and it says one way around the building, people go the wrong way. When you're dealing with seniors and kids, memory care, stuff like that, are we ready to deal with that safety issue when some frustrated, aggravated, in a hurry person that doesn't want to deal with the Starbucks line and the Chipotle line says, I'm going to go through here, and they hit a kid, they hit grandma? Can we look into that more?
So there's been a lot of discussion on safety. I think there's been a lot of questions and answers. In terms of looking into it more, I'm not sure what else we can do. There's standards we're bumping up against. The applicants talked about adding additional signage, additional ballers and stuff. So, in terms of,
Can I give you an example of signage? Okay, not to be a smartass, but I kind of have a reputation of being a smartass when it comes to traffic. On my street, that says there's a 4-ton weight restriction, which means that if you drive a vehicle over 4 tons that doesn't have business on my street, you will get a ticket if it's enforced. Do you know how many trucks drive down my street at 4 o'clock in the morning?
okay.
So the signs are there, that's great, but if they're not enforced,
I understand
that
what
doesn't
you're saying.
matter.
I understand what you're saying, but again, if somebody breaks the law, it needs to be reported, and then police will have to act accordingly. But we can't do anything here that's going to
I just
prevent
want to make
somebody
sure
from
that it's
breaking the law.
noted, because, again, there have been a lot, like you guys have already said, there are a lot of concerns. Another question that I have, which I don't know if it was addressed or not, is there was a comment made about Chipotle delivery being done in the morning, and I believe it was like 10 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Are you guys taking into account ShopRite deliveries, Starbucks deliveries, Bubba Coo deliveries, Pizza One deliveries, all of the stores and all of the restaurants along that row, plus ShopRite and the liquor store and their deliveries? Because I think that's all going to have to factor in to volume and where the trucks are going, and residential volume plus the residential facility there and all of that. Like, you can't say, well, it's only Chipotle and our deliveries are in the morning after rush hour, after school buses. There's still life that goes on outside of Chipotle. And you have to look and say, okay, we're going to have this spot, but what about everybody else and their delivery trucks? Where are the cars going to go that are visiting Atlantic Health, Industry, stuff like that, between 10 and 3 when the buses are coming back, or whatever school bus pickup is, like drop off? Because that's going to create another safety issue.
So, Mr. Brady, help me here, if you could. So again, we're looking at this application, this site. I don't think we can look to the other sites around it and bring that into this equation. What's your opinion there?
Well, it is this site, although it's part of a bigger site. The fact that it's part of a bigger site, though, means that the traffic, say at, North Village and Market, right off this site, they're all going to come together there. Well, maybe not all traffic, but that's a pinch point that I think is legitimate for the board to look at.
Okay, thank you.
but it's mostly the circulation on the site that needs to be examined.
Okay, thank you.
Does the circulation, I mean, I thought we heard testimony tonight saying the whole point of that easement and that entrance allowing the service of emergency vehicles was to mitigate some of that and keeping it just related to the footprint of this development and not comprehensive to the entire development. It was actually, the purpose of that was to mitigate exactly that point, is the way I understood it, unless you guys want to.
No, no, of course. I mean, no one's going to make, there's not going to be delivery trucks to the Chipotle site for all the other uses across the street.
I don't know that the purpose of that easement was to do that, but the result of that easement is you have a way for service vehicles to come in Chelsea and loop into this.
And then get out, right?
And the board has taken into consideration in each of the applications, the Atlantic Health site where the deliveries would be, the Pizza One site where the deliveries would be. It's been taken into consideration, but we're talking about one delivery to one business here.
Thank you.
Are all the deliveries expected to come on the northbound side?
It would have to come on the northbound side, correct?
I have another question. I don't know. Hi.
Hi.
So again, I want to do a time check. It's 10
Okay.
o'clock.
Well, I just have one more question. I don't know if you guys follow some of the Facebook pages, but there was a very specific post today about a road rage incident, and it was right in front of.
So I'm just not sure we could bring that in.
Okay,
Thank you.
so, okay, I'll rephrase it. How, because there is a very, very congested area, and we're gonna strike the whole specific to one particular post, tempers flare in that area. You have people coming northbound in 2 lanes. One lane was originally designed just for access to North Village back when it was put in. And as somebody that goes up that way, I've been here a long time, I know how that road's supposed to work. People go up the right lane to cut off the traffic that is between White Lake and Houses Corner. You are now proposing that Chipotle go in there, so you're gonna have people making a right at the light, the access road. You're gonna have people turning right up by the Chelsea to get in because that light's gonna get all backed up and they can't get in. And you're gonna have a cluster of cars. Can people look at the safety issue on 15, not just the parking lot and your lane and your access road and your service trucks? Because you already have an area that on Saturday took me 25 minutes to go from the train tracks at Bagel Station to White Lake Road on a Saturday in the middle of the morning. It was not rush hour. There was no accident. There was no anything. It was people cutting each other off to go to ShopRite and to Dunkin' Donuts and to Starbucks.
Okay.
You're gonna have a mess.
Understand your point.
Is there somebody I can email when I go home and come up with 47 more phone
I
questions?
think it is, again, we're after 10
No,
o'clock.
like, I'm not doing it tonight, 'cause I gotta go to bed.
I appreciate your comments.
Okay, is there somebody that we email, or do we come back to another meeting if we have more questions on this? Is anybody that's
I
been in
don't know.
meetings with me knows that I will
Right
come
now,
up with
it
40 more
depends if this gets
questions?
decided tonight or not.
Okay,
Am I stating that right, Mr. Brady?
If it gets carried over, it'll
Right.
be announced tonight when the next meeting is, and
Right.
check the website also.
okay.
Okay.
Good luck.
Mark
So, Mr.
Scott.
Scott, I was going to only
Yep.
limit it to one, so if.
I only have 30 seconds.
Okay.
All right. Did you just say there's nothing we can do? This is the way, we can't get a traffic study? We can't do anything about the circulation? We can't review that? Is that what you just said? I'm sorry.
I asked the
I didn't
question.
understand it clearly.
So I asked the
And
question.
respectfully, Ron, I didn't understand it.
So I asked the question, can we consider that? And the answer was, it's a valid point and should be considered.
All right, so we can do a traffic study. This is our town and you are our representatives.
So I'm going to need some help from our professionals on this one, because, typically, when we do a traffic study, do we do it for a particular site? What are the rules for a traffic study, and what's your recommendation here? I've never seen it done before for one
And-
site.
May,
Yeah, please.
if it's okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
If you would just indulge me, I'm going to be really quick, but I just wanted to just cover some things really fast.
Okay.
There was a comment that the professionals got materials today. Not true.
Okay.
Okay? It didn't happen. Number two, there was a comment that there was no consideration of protecting the water, or adverse impacts to the water. Absolutely not true. I mean, Mr. Simmons, I'm not, stroking him here. He's the water engineer in Sussex County. He writes these memos. If there's a water concern, he brings them up. The traffic, the issue of the one-way and the traffic restrictions, I understand the speeding argument. I get it, right? But if you want to take that argument, then no sign that you ever put on a site plan should ever be taken into consideration because they can all be violated. Every development you do has stop signs and alleys and right turn only, and, everyone could run the red light onto Route 15. All of it's hypothetical. The most important thing is that what you have in front of you tonight is quantitative. This has been developed to engineering standards. There's rules, there's guidelines, there's regulations. Engineers develop these programs. Mr. Dykstra is an experienced engineer. He designed the site. He took some consideration to the comments. He redesigned the site. Again, you have the very best engineer who hasn't said that there's anything wrong with the development of the site. It doesn't violate any guidelines, any rules. He doesn't have, at least in his report, he hasn't expressed that any of these pinch points, turns, backup lanes, none of it creates a safety hazard. So again, you can hypothetically say, what if this and what if that?
Yep.
But I'm asking you to weight heavily the objective design based upon engineering standards and the input from your engineer. And Mr. Dash, in the end, he and I sometimes agree, he's right. It's a fully conforming application. There's no reason to deny it unless your engineer says that some site distance, some turn, some point, something here does not comply, is wrong, or is unsafe, and he has not said that. And thank you. I know we're getting late, so I tried to
Thank you.
rush a little bit.
Appreciate your comments. So at this point, I think I want to stop the questionings. I'll bring back the dais one more time. Does anybody has any additional questions? If we do, we have to open up to the public. Any additional questions up here? Okay, so with that,
I have one thing, Ron, if you don't mind. Is there any, assuming, under the hypothetical situation that something across the street gets developed, right now, when you leave this parking lot and you make a right to go back onto 15, there's a right-only lane and a left-only lane. Eventually, there's going to be, supposedly, a straight lane. Is it the left or the right that's going to be optional? Dave?
It'll probably be the right lane. It'll become a straight and a right turn. The left lane will stay left.
So that lane could essentially get backed up more, and I forget who said it before, but the traffic is already impeding that left-only lane, which would block the traffic from leaving this parking lot. Is there any preventative measures to halt the traffic when you leave this parking lot and exiting back onto that street?
Not sure I understand the question.
You suggested earlier that you would be willing to make a right turn only out of there versus making a left,
Oh, on Market?
On Market, coming out
right?
of here.
Sure. Is that where you're going with that?
That would lessen the traffic that you're talking about.
But again, it's a hypothetical.
Well, I think we should take the future plans of what is potentially there into consideration.
Maybe the question is, if that property across the other side of 15 is developed, are we able to make that developer make changes to the other side of the street to another lane in?
Well, DOT probably would, right? So it's hypothetical. What happens if something is developed across the street? If you add more traffic count from a non-approved development, you're going to have to go to DOT and, make whatever changes they want you to make.
They're gonna make changes to the, they're gonna make changes to the state highway, though. They're not gonna be able to force changes to this development. But you have the problem with you can't really
It's a public road, so.
overly speculative conditions on this developer. It's one thing to say, well, maybe we should, at some point here, maybe back when the zone was first developed, make for some extra wide streets within it, extra wide North Park Drive or extra wide Market Street, but you didn't. He's complying here.
And it's,
to
and, Mr.
speculate.
Brady, it's a public road too.
Okay. That's true. I've forgotten that it's not it's not internal in that sense, right?
But that's not an approved development as we sit here today,
No.
correct? And they would be subject to doing and going through the entire process, including additional traffic studies, dealing with the state, the county, et cetera, right? So, and they would factor in any impact related to that completed development across 15.
They'd have to do traffic counts and see what the impact on that light is, what the impact on the light at Houses Corner Road is, et cetera. And just like in this instance, they had to go through the process of getting a light and adding a lane, you might have something similar on the other side.
Okay, so Mr. Brady, I'm going to ask for some help here. So we're at 10:10 tonight. We still have an executive session we have to do. Does it pay to try to carry this forward to the next meeting, or what's a good way to do this?
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that you call the question. If you ended questioning, and if the board had more questions, then of course.
Okay.
But you ended questioning. The
We
testimony
did,
was-
but then it came back to the dais, and I have to go back to the public with additional questions.
Public had the right to both ask questions and made statements.
Okay.
There's been no additional.
Okay, so I
testimony.
do not have to go back to the public.
I don't think you have to
Okay.
go back to the public because we gave the public the
provided us
opportunity to both
Okay.
ask questions and make statements. I think the question from the board's point of view is,
this
does
was
the
based on
board feel it has enough
Owen didn't have that.
information tonight to make a decision? If it doesn't, then I think it should let the applicant know what information it needs additional, and see if the applicant would consent to extending the time to act, because I'm sure we're probably pushing up against the deadline to act, and come back at the next meeting. If the board feels it has enough information, or if the applicant doesn't agree to an extension and wants a vote tonight, then the board can act tonight. It has to weigh all the testimony. As we said before, we have some opinions that don't mesh. You have to decide which opinion kind
Yep.
of governs here and go from there.
Okay.
Mr. Day, I'd like to make a comment
I
to
got
Mr. Enright.
Catherine, I have to stop. Questions are done at this stage. I apologize, but I got to follow the,
Mr. Enright made a comment that I would like to support.
I have to stop questions. We can't go all night back and forth.
It's open to the public already, so we close it.
So with that, let me ask the applicant, there were things you heard tonight about the Lot 8 entrance, about the bollard versus fencing. There was information about the architectural design. Is there anything that you would like to have additional time to modify?
Respectfully, no, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So I think based on that, I think we could do a roll call vote.
Would it be possible to get Corporal Morris's input on, based on the parking lot changes and some of the traffic concerns that he had, modifications that they made tonight? The ones that he made, that they're making.
So I think that, the applicant has the right to say that they'd be willing to extend more time to do that. I think the answer I've heard is that they don't feel that you need that time.
You have Mr. Simmons here, who
Understand.
is an absolute expert in circulation patterns and
Right.
compliance with regulations in a parking
So
lot.
I think the answer is now, we have to take the information we have and make our decision based on that.
Mr. Urson, would the applicant be willing to get more information around average vehicle volume that would be on the property, or average idling time, to address some of the circulation concerns, some of the ingress and egress concerns?
I think the testimony that's been provided tonight, that this is, first of all, not a stacking lane, not a drive-through lane. This is an order ahead. Cars idle themselves now when you stop. Cars that are directed to wait, those, we've agreed, based upon your planner, with a sign that says no idling. So I don't think there's any idling issue present. But there's, the Chipotle has already taken steps to minimize cars in the queue and idling, and we were agreeing that any car that stops to wait for its delivery shouldn't idle. So I don't think that's the case. The other additional information about projected cars, it doesn't exist, so I can't agree to go get it. It's based upon your zone and the permitted number of parking spaces, which is supposed to be proportionate to the use.
I will ask, though, the parking spaces are for the size of the building. We don't know if there's going to be 5 people ordering and picking up food per hour or 200. And if it's 200, I'm very concerned it's going to back out onto the surrounding streets and then make egress and ingress even worse. That's why I wanted to number the volume.
Correct, but there's no stopping in the lane. You pay on the app, you order on the app. When you pull up, the only thing you do is pick up your order. So there's no transaction, there's no backing up in that lane. The testimony is that if you get there and your order's not ready, they direct you to park over here. So again, it's very linked to the number of parking spaces.
You don't believe there's more information that you could provide on that? Is that correct?
I know that that information's not available to us. Chipotle comes and does their demographic study based upon the count off Route 15. What they do internally or how they do things, we don't have access to that. Again, it's the size lot, it's an approved use, and it's an approved number of parking spaces.
And is there any consideration, I'm asking, a repeat question, I guess, of not allowing that easement access, of closing that down as was recommended by the traffic engineer, the police? Is there any consideration of how that would impact the?
Your fire department has requested it. Our engineer testified that this is the safest configuration. Your engineer did not raise an objection to it.
Did our fire department request that, or it was there and he asked to make it
He requested,
wider for the proper use?
he requested that it be made wider.
Yeah, but it was there already. It wasn't, if it wasn't there, I believe, from what I've read, it would not have been requested to be added, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay.
It was recommended. Was it required or requested? Recommended.
All right, so once again, I think we've, unless anyone, I think we've got all the questions answered. The applicants had a chance to consider our feedback. And I think you feel comfortable with what you have, that's the right answer right now. And so I think we go forward with a vote.
Someone has to make a motion to approve or to not approve, has to be seconded, and then
We
discussion.
just sat here for 3.5 hours with some conditions and all that. How does that get read into the
I've been making
resolution?
notes, I've been making notes as we've been going, so we can certainly go through them. If the motion practice, so to speak, is someone moves to approve with conditions and someone seconds it, then I'll go through the conditions that I made notes on. Someone thinks I missed something, someone, wants to add something, we can do that.
And Mr. Sylvester, I think we were very clear, all the things that were recommended by your professionals, we just wholeheartedly, across the board, agreed to all of them. So,
That made it easy because I was making notes as I went, and then I heard that, and it was like all of Mr. Simmons's report. But I'll just hit the highlights, if that's okay.
All right, so does anybody want to make a motion to approve with conditions?
I'll make a motion to approve with conditions.
I'll second it.
Sorry, who was the second?
Ernie.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if you want me to go through and hit some of these at
Okay.
least?
Thank you.
There's going to be no order board, it's going to be an app-driven thing. Signs will meet all the architectural designs and requirements. Lights are on dusk till dawn, dimmed after closing, and I think if I heard it correctly, the building lights and the signs will go off sometime after closing. Maybe not the moment they walk out the door, but we'll work out something with regard to that.
Anything on bollards?
Bollards are going to go in. I think they were going to provide additional landscaping material for Dave to take a look at. I have here applicant agrees to meet all conditions in Dave's report, and that's the September 27th report. I went down there and basically hit them again. Looking for the deed book and the page for all the easements so they can be referenced on the plans, I think. I'm not sure if that's in Dave's report, but but if not, that. Per Catherine's recommendation, thermoplastic paint, New Jersey native species for landscaping, and have that approved.
As much as possible. As much as possible.
Is it? Okay. Add a sign regarding idling in the pickup spots.
Did you get the parking spaces? 9 by 20 parking spaces?
yeah.
I didn't get to that yet, but I do remember writing that down. But you know what? I'll write it down a second time, just in case. 9 by 20 parking spaces. You see me putting a star, all the conditions are starred. Adding bollards to protect that patio area. I'm gonna add some additional landscaping on the Chelsea side. HVAC and the roof color is going to be one that'll soften the view, so to speak, from the Chelsea third floor. Have a note here, make sure I understand it correctly, that basically the placeholder signs on the plans for the tenants that aren't known, when those tenants are known, the actual sign will come back to the site plan review committee to be signed off on. 9 by 20 spaces, had the second time. This is probably something done routinely in Sparta, but I think it's worth being a condition that the zoning officer shall review the parking needs of the tenants as they're identified to make sure they're not going over the parking, and send them here if they do. And that's all I have.
What and the consideration for some type of brick added into the design?
I know that was discussed. I thought I heard the applicant indicate they were not going to do that, so I did not write it down.
Mike, sorry, what was that? What was the question?
I think that, to be fair, I think, I want to agree with everything, but I think the architect indicated that that would send us completely back to the drawing board, so.
That was going 20 different ways, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think two other conditions were temporary construction fencing around the work site. The board discussed that. And I believe there was some signage proposed out on the entrance of the driveway onto Marcus Street for no left turn. The board brought that up.
Or right turn only.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we got everyone's conditions.
They're also built into this is the waiver, right? There's a waiver request with this.
Yeah, the waivers are built into the grant of the approval, and I have what they are written down here somewhere in my notes, but they weren't conditions, so I didn't star them.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna,
Do we want no left turn or do we want no through traffic? Because the people that live in that housing development,
Chelsea'd have to put up the no through traffic signs on their
There
property.
is no through traffic right now by Title 39, right?
Oh, you're saying.
As it exists today?
You're asking across here.
Oh, across there.
That's
Oh.
up to you, whatever.
we're gonna make them go out and then come back around and then go, and they're gonna work.
Oh, you're saying residents
gonna
across,
do-
that live across the street?
Or
So-
right turn
so-
only, or?
Mr. Enright, you want the sign to say no left turn?
No, I'm saying the people that do live there would need to make a left to go back to their house.
No, they go straight across.
Oh, straight across.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you said no left turn, anybody who lives over here could go straight across. People could go right, and nobody could go that. Right.
okay, so we have, Bill, are you good with what you want there? Okay. So with that, I'd like to put it to a roll call vote.
Councilman Dean Blumetti,
No.
Dean Jeanette Burke? Yes. Vice Chairman Ronday,
No.
Christine Dunbar,
No.
Bill Enright,
Abstain.
Justin Canales,
I'll abstain.
Angela Cassie,
No.
Ernie Reichstad,
Yes.
Mike Sylvester.
Yes.
I have 3 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstain.
Motion does not carry.
Not carry.
which then leaves us with a denial, at least not an approval.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm sorry that it didn't work out the way that you were hoping.
They're going to. Can we take a? No, we need a majority. It'll be 5-4. It'll be 4-3.
Okay, what I'd like to do at this point, we've got council updates, we've got other board business. So the other board business, we have to resolve that tonight, right? I think there's a clock on that. The,
Rockford location?
yeah, from the NJDOT, there were 2 letters we had. What do we need to do there? Anything?
There's no clock for us, it's just
Okay.
information only. I mean, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, it's just NJ DOT information in regards to the rockfall mitigation project. It's
Just information?
yeah, it's just their permitting,
Okay.
it's notification only.
And then we have the executive session. Why don't we do real quick then, let's see if we can just get to town council, to updates, if there's anything real quick that's important we want to bring up tonight.
Should we take just like a 5-minute?
Everybody want a 5-minute break?
It's up to you guys.
Okay, 5-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Collins back, so good night, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next part of the meeting is updates. Councilman Blumetti, anything from the town council?
Yeah, just 3 quick ones. 2 ordinances were passed recently. 2316, which was a new food truck ordinance, passed its final hearing. And also 2319 was an update to the Environmental Commission ordinance that added on 2 additional members to the commission and also an annual student liaison that would be from one of the schools serving Sparta. And then finally, the Plan Endorsement Advisory Committee had its second meeting this past Monday, and we're full steam ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Environmental Commission? Ms. Dunbar?
Yes, the Environmental Commission requested that we apply for the Highlands Council grant. And what this will do is this will provide us with complete funding in order to update our open space plan. And this would be via an open space committee, which is guided by an experienced out-of-town planner and involves residents. And we wish the result to be included in the master plan. There are 3 openings now. We had 1 resignation and then the 2 additional from 5 to 7 openings on the Environmental Commission at this point in time. And on Saturday, October 14th, we're going to do a fall cleanup with the green team, so please join us. And we're very busy, so we could really use these extra 2 people. We have a green business initiative. We're reaching out to Sparta businesses to encourage them to become sustainable and sharing our ideas with them to do so, and they can become green certified if they adopt 3 green improvements. And next spring, we're going to be engaging residents and green team members to plant trees in Sparta Glen, another opportunity. And we also reviewed the Sussex County Agricultural Development Board minutes for May 15th and July 17th, and there didn't seem to be anything in there that directly applied to us. And we've been contacted by the New Jersey Shade Tree Commission, and they're inviting us to attend their conference on October 26th and 27th. And of course, we reviewed very carefully the application that we all just heard. And we made updated recommendations. I believe the update was in terms of lighting.
Okay, thank you. In terms of subcommittees, the minor site plan subcommittee met prior to this meeting. Nothing really new to report. We approved a few applications. We got a couple more we got left to do, but I think overall we're doing well. We got a couple old ones that were cleared up. In terms of the ordinance review subcommittee, we did not meet on the economic development zone. We had some trouble, I guess, this time of year with vacations and trying to get everybody coordinated. So we will try to get a meeting between now and our next planning board meeting. And that's all I have. On to the next thing, other board business. So Tom, could you help me out with this? So we've got 2 documents that we received from NJDOT. Is there anything special we need to do there, or it's just be aware of them?
Would we be able to carry those to next meeting, or do we have to
Oh,
address them
yeah.
tonight?
Sure, you can carry them, and actually,
Thank you.
they're just responses to the request for information that you asked Dory to send, and I have no recommendation about them.
Okay. All right, so we'll carry those, it sounds like. With that, let's open up to the public. I'm going to ask that the public try to, if you have comments, try to keep them brief tonight so we can get the folks on the dais out of here at a reasonable time, which is, I guess we're beyond that now, but. So any comments from the public on any matters on the agenda not relating to the hearing or application or development?
Hi, Barbara Gomes, Links Court. Is it possible for the public to get copies of the NJDOT board business that you were talking about carrying to next meeting?
Is that on our website?
It was posted on the packet for this evening, yes.
Okay,
It is
great.
on there.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Have a nice meeting.
okay. Any other questions?
Hi, Mark Scott, 9 Pueblo Parkway. I think in your closed session coming up, you're going to be discussing the 2 lawsuits that are up here. And I just want to say, we're, on the first lawsuit for Mr. Dash, I believe we were sued on jurisdiction as to who had the right to hear the case. Was it the zoning board or the planning board? Well, the plan seems to have changed since it initially came in.
Mr. Scott, let me just, if I
Wait,
can.
wait, no, I think I can
I
speak
have
to
an
you.
important clarification that I have to make. So we can't discuss the lawsuit, so we can't.
I'm not going to
comment
discuss,
on
I don't
anything
care if you
said.
discuss it, I'm going to discuss it, okay. So I think it's in your best interest to kick this back to the zoning board because the plan has changed. There was 1 train track coming into this development, Diamond Chip before, now there's 4. So is it a truck terminal or is it a warehouse? Number 2, there's another lawsuit out there, and I think that's the Diamond Chip lawsuit. Remember, Diamond Chip is not our friend. I know that's hard to believe because they're going to be bringing in $2 million of tax revenue. But it's only going to cost us about $10 million to handle a new 48 million cubic foot building on our aquifer. These developers are prepared to fight for years and years and years. And the people of Sparta and the planning board and the zoning board and the town council have to be prepared to vote, to fight for years and years and years. This is the biggest thing to happen to our town since Lake Mohawk was approved in 1927. This will change our town forever, forever, for generations to come. Forever. You all have immunity from the lawsuit. I'm sure you'll all do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Okay, seeing nobody else, I'm going to look for a motion, I guess, to go into
Yes,
executive.
I'll have, Madam,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman, it's a motion on a resolution to go into closed or executive session pursuant to Section 7 and 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act to discuss matters of pending litigation, Diamond Chip Realty LLC versus Sparta Township Planning Board, and a non-dash versus Township of Sparta Zoning Board, Planning Board, and Diamond Chip Realty. The matters to be revealed to the public upon the completion of all litigation and appeals and the removal of the need for confidentiality. Is there such a motion on such a resolution?
I'll make a motion.
Second it.
Okay.
And a roll call. You
Roll
need a
call, please, Lori.
Councilman Dean Blumetti?
Yes.
Jeanette Burke?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Ronday?
Yes.
Christine Dunbar?
Yes.
Bill Enright?
Yes.
Justin Canellis?
Yes.
Angela Cassie?
Yes.
Bernie Reichstad?
Yes.
And Mike Sylvester?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I will excuse Dave Simmons because I don't think you need him for tonight any further. And I'll ask Dory to just record that dictated resolution as a actual resolution in the resolution book and put it in the minutes in full. think there's anybody outside. Let me just check.